Fashinnovation is a global platform that connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems.
When we got the news that we were going to be ringing the opening bell at NASDAQ, it was overwhelming and at the same time exciting.
This is a recognition for our work.
Please direct your attention toward the video wall for a brief introduction to some of the innovative companies who call NASDAQ home.
Since its founding, Fashinnovation has hosted over 650 of fashion's leading innovators to audiences representing 180 countries.
Fashinnovation is community. It's impossible to innovate alone. People are key.
It's just as easy as we say to dream small as it is to dream big, and so dream big.
Fashinnovation, a platform connecting fashion and entrepreneurs.
So last night was a cocktail inaugurating the 10th Worldwide Talks where we're at today. And I'm so excited because it's giving me optimism of where the industry is going. This event, compared to September's event, has grown not only in size, but also in conversation and connection and people wanting to do business together. And that is what I'm really excited about. We're seeing that technology not only is here, but people are wanting to collaborate with technologies to be able to become more sustainable, more innovative, and so many other things. So I'm so excited for what the industry has to offer for 2024. I see the optimism, I see the collaboration. Every time it just gets bigger and bigger, and I think 2024 is going to be a game changer in terms of the technologies that are coming into play in fashion towards sustainability. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to Fashinnovation Worldwide Talks.
We're really excited. It kind of feels surreal, honestly. I remember we started Husband and Wife 2018, new baby breastfeeding, a 1-year-old running around, came home with an idea. What if we mix fashion and tech? Would that make sense during New York Fashion Week? Jumped onto the big dream, started doing it, and here we are 5 years later, 850 leaders around the world who have spoken on our platform, 10th Worldwide Talks, and it could not be done, honestly, without the support of everyone here, of the speakers, of everyone who's been a part of this huge dream. So thank you all for being here.
Thanks so much, guys. We have a full day of panel talks, inspiring conversation. We'll start now and go probably until 4:30. So I encourage you guys that to stay, do a lot of network. We have amazing people on the venue also. And I really hope you guys enjoy the day. So with this said, we don't want to speak a lot. The stage is for the speakers, not for us.
Yeah, so we're going to be introducing our first conversation, and it's two incredible women that I admire so much in the industry. We've had them with us digitally. We're super honored to have them with us physically today here in New York. The title is the perfect way to start this off. Fashion is building community. And with us we have Raissa, Gerona, Chief Brand Officer for Revolve Group, joined by Irina Grechko, Fashion Director of Refinery 29. Thank you, ladies, so much for being here. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
I hope we can live up to these remarks.
I know, I'm feeling a little nervous now.
Yeah, well, I love the title of our conversation. Fashion is building the community, and Revolve has obviously done such an incredible job of building a community and innovating in the last 10 years. But before we dive into that, I would love to hear a little bit about your background, because it's quite unusual, I think.
Yeah, so hi everybody, good morning. My name is Raissa. I'm so honored to be here. It's when Jordana reached out for me to join, I'm always very shocked and surprised because, you know, typically we have our heads down. We're working really, really hard, and when you get an invitation to speak about yourself and your career, it's kind of weird. But I'm so happy to be here. So just a little bit of background for myself. I've been at Revolve for 10 years. And prior to that, I had my own brand called Lovers and Friends. And it's still a top-selling brand on Revolve today. We also had Tula Rosa and NBD. So it was 3 brands together. And Revolve ultimately acquired that company in 2014, and that's how I was able to be a part of Revolve Group 10 years ago.
We talked a little bit earlier, and I kind of loved how I asked him, like, what do you think attracted Revolve to you? And I loved how you talked about kind of the outside of the box thinking that you had at the time. So I would love for you to share a little bit about kind of the goals and strategy that you had in place when you first joined the team.
Yeah, so I think a lot of the brands showing today, I had no funding. I didn't go to business school. I didn't go to fashion school. I didn't go to marketing school. I did go to college, but to study political science. And when I joined Revolve, you know, they were like, we've never done anything around brand marketing. But you were doing a lot of that stuff, you know, with Lovers and Friends. And I think when you're a small business with very, very limited funding, you have to be extremely creative to figure out how to connect with the consumer, how to market to them in a way that doesn't require a ton of capital. And so I think that way of thinking of how to stretch the dollar, how to make an impact, again, without spending too much money, is what attracted Revolve to me. Like, okay, how do you make something really hot without having to spend this big budget? Was ultimately my goal when they asked me to join.
So what was kind of one of the first projects that you took on at Revolve to build a community and kind of increase the brand awareness?
Yeah, so in 2014, this is really when Instagram was just kind of happening. I think Instagram launched in like 2009, 2010, but it was still very early on. A lot of the influencers that we refer to now as influencers and creators were called bloggers. Like, you really had to have a blog in order to be in the fashion business. And so I saw early on the transition from, you know, call it the blog to maybe MySpace to Facebook to then Instagram. And so one of the first things I ever pitched to our CEOs and founders, there's 2 of them, Mike and Michael, who still run the company today, was this concept called Revolve Around the World. And so what I wanted to do was bring these girls, put them in the most natural setting, which is going on vacation, and wearing the clothes in real life, and then posting that content on social media. And the best way I could really explain it is like, you know, when you go on vacation with your parents, like when you were little, like if you were going to Disneyland for like a really big summer vacation, your parents will make sure you're dressed nicely, you take a really good family photo, and then you come home and she prints it out and puts it in the, you know, in your living room or the hallway. So that was really kind of my concept, was like, how do I do that, but do it over and over and over again? And so the first trip that we ever did was just with 2 girls, Chiara Ferragni and Sincerely Julie Serenana. And that was in 2014. And we went to Sedona, Arizona. and for the weekend, just to test it out. Tiny, 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 tiny budget. It was like nothing, I think, at this point. And when we came home from the trip, we quickly saw that we were onto something. Not only did our Instagram followers increase pretty dramatically, but we also saw increased traffic on the website. We saw some of the products that they were wearing sell out. And so that is really kind of the mentality of how we do things at Revolve, is test small, and then when you know something is working, go big. And that's, again, something that we've carried on from, the beginning of the company all the way till now.
Yeah, I mean, I love how you say a small group, very mighty group, some of the biggest influencers of our time now. How has the concept evolved over time?
Yeah, I mean, it's evolved a ton. When we started doing it 10 years ago, there weren't many brands that were doing this concept of, well, one, working with influencers, two, this concept of traveling and, having them post and stuff like that. And I think one of the things that is really exciting about my job, but also the most stressful, is how to continue to innovate and be different. And what I've learned over the years is that, sometimes you don't have to be the first at everything, but you just want to be better at whatever it is. And so even though we were probably the first to do these trips, I think we've gotten better and better over the years. And the last 2-3 years, it's really about figuring out which region is of importance to Revolve. And so, for instance, last year, Mexico is one of our fastest growing regions. And so we were strategic in where we wanted to bring the girls. So we wanted to do a trip, not just to like Turks and Caicos, which is so fun and so beautiful, but we wanted to be really thoughtful on the region that we were entering so that we can feel regional. We can also feel very close to the influencers that live there. And then we did the same thing. We went to Singapore and we had close to 150 influencers come from all over Southeast Asia to join the trip, and that also because that region is very, very important to Revolve. And so, again, it's about being thoughtful, it's about being strategic while always making sure that we have the essence of the brand in everything that we do.
I don't think there is a person in this room who wouldn't want to be on a trip like that, but I would love...
That's a compliment.
But I would love to hear what has been one of your favorite trips or initiatives as a form of community building.
There's so many, and all of them are so different. Like, I think about, we did for 3 years Revolve in the Hamptons, where we would, basically, we lived in the Hamptons for like 2 months or 6 weeks or something crazy. And every weekend we would have different, influencers come and experience what we were doing. So that was really great because we were able to tap into the East Coast market, which New York is actually our biggest state. A lot of people think it's California because we're LA based, and obviously the clothes that we sell feel very LA, but New York is actually our biggest state. And so, again, when we think about these different events and activations, it's of course making sure, one, it's very aspirational and on brand, but two is how do we connect with the consumer in that region to make sure that they understand what we're trying to do, and it's really, again, connecting with them in a deep way. So that was very fun. We do Revolve Festival, which is happening in I guess like 7 weeks, and that happens around the same time as Coachella. And that is, again, feels like in our backyard. It happens in the desert. It's 2 hours away from Los Angeles. But Coachella is this global, culturally relevant event, and so we want to make sure, again, we're present where our customers are and where they aspire to be. And all of these moments, I think, really add up to us trying to build a community offline, but I think what we do a pretty good job in as well is connecting with them online. We're digitally native. We do have a pop-up right now that I have to plug. It's in Aspen, but we don't have any stores, no physical retail. So we have to do a really good job, again, talking to that customer every single day, day in and day out. And especially now, when you have so much competition and there's so many brands and there's so many things that are trying to grab this customer's attention, how do you stand out? How do you make sure that the customers that have been shopping with you for 20 years, because Revolve has been around for 20 years, they continue to come back and feel excited while you're also acquiring a brand new customer, which is, for us, and I'm sure for so many people, is a Gen Z consumer. And so I do think that the center of that is community and making people feel welcome, helping them feel inspired, and making them feel like they're part of the Revolve community and family.
Well, I think you're doing an incredible job. I know a lot of fashion girls who are more excited to be at the Revolve Festival than actually Coachella, so.
Thanks, I love that.
How have you tapped the influencers and community beyond just the trips and having them wear the brand?
Yeah, so we work with so many creators and influencers over the last, again, 10, 12 years at this point. And I would say our relationship, I always say to girls, it's like dating, it's like getting to know each other. And I think the top of that is having a brand together, which is like getting married. Building a brand together is so, it's such a big deal, like literally, because you have to be your business partners ultimately. And so for us, we have a handful of those people now. We've worked with Nicole Richie for almost 9 years. She was the first, celebrity influencer deal that we had. And 2 years ago, we launched with Elsa Hosk for Helsa. And so it's really, again, about figuring out over the years who's connecting with the customer. I always say that without the customer, like, she's our boss. So if she's not happy and she's not shopping on Revolve, I'm out of a job. And so we put her first, I put her first in everything that I think about. And so for the influencers, and again, the pinnacle of kind of the relationship is having a brand together, and we don't take that lightly whatsoever. And so we choose people that the customer, again, is connecting with, is also growing and evolving, and obviously has their finger on the pulse on what's cool and what's hot. And so at this point, I think we have like eight or nine kind of influencers and celebrities that we have brands with.
I especially love the collaboration that you did with Remy Bader, so I would love to hear a little bit about how that came about.
Yeah, so Remy she started on TikTok, I think like right around, I would say, the pandemic. And she's a curvy influencer, and she started to get known for reviewing brands and putting out videos and telling the brands like how their sizing is and how she felt in the clothes. And so in 2021, she did a video on Revolve. And she specifically said, like, I love Revolve so much, but like, somebody help this brand out. Like, you guys need more clothes in my size. I love this brand, etc. But like, we need more. And so we saw the video, and I would say within a day, we reached out to her and her manager, and within a week, I think we got a deal done. And this is really important because I think for a brand like Revolve and a retailer like Revolve, it's essential, again, coming back to like listening to the community, listening to your customer, listening to the influencers that you work with to figure out opportunities for growth. And I think Remy was that perfect example. We did, and then her collection launched like New York Fashion Week in 2022 and did exceptionally well. So it's one of those things where, instead of feeling upset or like hurt or like annoyed that someone is like not happy with your product, it's like, how do you turn that into a positive and partner with somebody to understand the needs of a underserved community that we could be, serving?
I love that story because I do think so much of building a community is listening to your community and listening to their feedback and using that to inform your future decisions.
Exactly.
Well, as you mentioned yourself, your job is to sell clothes. So I would love to hear about how the brands that you work with play into your strategy and community building.
Yeah, so Revolve, like I said, is a multi-brand retailer. So at any given time, there's about 1,000 brands on Revolve. Most of them are emerging brands. I would say about 80%. So they're brands that are, most of them are female-owned, are smaller where you can't really find them like at a massive retailer. And I think having that responsibility and that platform to provide these small emerging brands is something that we take so much pride in. And they really help kind of bring the community together because they're making clothes and accessories, etc., that people want to wear. And that's hard to find. And so, so I think that that's been a strategy of Revolve's from the very beginning. And it's kind of like a full circle moment because, that's how I started. I had a brand that nobody knew about, and Revolve put me on. And so that's, to me, always like a torch that I like to carry is putting brands on, giving them a platform to be able to sell. And same thing with influencers and the various women that we work with is how do we give them an opportunity to be on a platform so that they're, they can expand their reach and really get their voices and their style and their perspective heard.
I also love what you told me. No matter how cool the marketing is, it always starts with the product, which I think
1,000%. Yeah. I always tell people like I'm not a magician, and if you don't have a good product and you don't have good service, it doesn't matter if you have like the most famous, coolest person wearing it and promoting it and doing 1 million Instagram posts. It's like it comes back to product and service. And so I really would not be here without the people at Revolve. There's 1,700 people that work there. And my team, there's 55, 56 people that work on marketing, but it's the people that design clothes, it's the people that are the buying team, it's the people that run operations, that understand how to do shipping and handling and to get you the package in a day. Like, this is like table stakes, it's fundamentals for a business. And they figured it out. And then of course the product, I mean, again, like it has to come back to quality. It has to come back to trust. Like if we put a brand on Revolve that no one's heard of, but the style is really cute, like we can sell that product in a day. And I think that says a lot about what Revolve has been able to build the last 20 years is really that trust with their community and the customer. And something that, again, I'm super proud of and could not do with all those people that work at Revolve and Forward.
You kind of summed me up nice for my next question.
Oh, good.
I feel like the consumer has so many options right now, where to shop, what to buy. How do you make sure that your customer stays loyal to you after all these years?
It's hard. But I think it is that. It's providing the best customer service. It's providing the best product, and then ultimately making sure that you're aligned on their values. So for Revolve, when we started doing Revolve around the world, and Revolve in the Hamptons, and Revolve Festival, and all these things, I always wanted to feel like the brand was fun, that it was sexy, that it was aspirational, and it was this concept of living your best life. And I don't care if that's 20 years from now or 20, 40 years from now, like those things will never go out of style. You always want to live, like you always want to feel your best. You always want to have fun. You always want to be with your friends. You want to be with your crew. You want to have a good time. And so I think between product, customer service, making sure like, again, my package is going to get to me on time. If I return something at Revolve, I'm going to get my money back on time. I mean, I know that sounds like not a big deal, but it is a big deal. Sometimes you order something on a website. Actually, this happened to me recently. I was trying to get my daughter, we're going on a trip, and literally took 10 days to get a package. And I'm like, who waits 10 days? I can't even, I'm so spoiled. I'm not just saying this because I work at Revolve. I literally get my package not even within 24 hours when I order it. And so I was just, this is crazy to me. Like waiting 10 days for like 3 things in a box, like it's nuts. And so I do think product, customer service, which again is about the operations, and then the brand value are things that continuously make a customer just come back to us and think about us, even though she has all these other options for shopping.
I spend way too much money on Revolve, and
Irina, thank you for your support. I love that.
I'm here for it. But I also noticed that you move really fast on brands. If you notice that a brand is really happening and hot, I feel like I find it fairly soon after on Revolve.
Oh, good, great. That means the buyers are doing a good job. Yeah, I mean, that's again part of, of social media and just like influencers as well as customers. Like we're all on, like I spend so much time on Instagram because 1, I love it. But 2, it's like, what are people doing? What are people wearing? And like, that's how we get to these brands way faster than, I would hope than most people. And so if I see something like that so many, or like 5 cool girls that I love are wearing, I'm like, I send that to the buying team ASAP. What's this brand? I want to get a discount on it. I like literally sent one to the buying team yesterday. This amazing like jacket brand that I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to pay full price, fine, to support this brand. I love it so much. It's like based in the UK, and I was just like, we have to get this brand. It's no one's carrying it yet, So I sent it to them immediately. But it is that research, and also just like making sure that we're listening and looking at what people are doing. Like if you're not, you're dead in the water. Like you'll wake up in 2 weeks and like no one remembers you. And so that type of intensity and care is essential to run a business for forever, honestly.
Well, speaking of forever, I would love to hear what the next 5 to 10 years looks like for Revolve in terms of innovation and community building.
Okay. I think it's again very challenging. It's what I spend the most time of my day, not my day, but just most time in general thinking about is like, again, evolution and growth and innovation and how do we get better and better. I think it's much harder than it has ever been before, because again, anyone can kind of start a brand and open a website and start an Instagram and print T-shirt. Like there's just endless options, and then you also have the very, very fast fashion brands that are also coming in and providing similar types of clothing for much cheaper. I think for Revolve, it's making sure that the brand attributes that I talked to you guys about, which I'll come back to, as well as product and customer service, is as strong as ever. Because you can have a hot retailer, today, and then in 5 years it's gone. Like we're seeing that now more than ever. And so I think for us, the connection is so important, but again, just the fundamentals of running a business. Are you profitable? How much are you spending to acquire a customer? These are all things that are not sexy, but are just essential to running a business. And then that makes me and my team's jobs a little bit easier, knowing that that's taken care of, and then we can just kind of continue to evolve. The other thing too is trying to figure out where the customer is spending their time. Today it could be Instagram, tomorrow it's TikTok, 2 weeks from now it's a whole other platform that you have to think about. So again, when I say, being obsessive about the customer and really listening and figuring out what they're doing is essential. I can't stress that enough. And that's again where I try to spend the most time, is figuring out where she is and what they're doing.
We only have a few more minutes left, so for my last question, I would love to ask, there's a big trend of de-influencing that people are predicting is happening, with influencers possibly having less influence when it comes to shopping habits. As a brand whose business model is based so much on community of influencers, what do you say to that?
I think it's funny because even the people that are promoting de-influencing are influencing being not being influenced, if that makes sense. But, I think no matter what, again, whether it was like an editor, whether it's Michael Jordan in the 80s and 90s, you're always going to look to somebody for inspiration, no matter what. And again, the platform will change. Maybe it was the magazine, then evolved to the blog, then it was like MySpace. I said this already. But the platform might change, but the concept of being influenced will always be there. Now it's just, it could be your neighbor. It could be another mom at your school that you're influenced by. And that, to me, is actually so opportunistic because you can work with so many more people that will ultimately influence way more people than you could have ever had before. And so I love it. I think it's a challenge for us, but I also feel like it's so opportunistic.
I love that. Well, thank you so much
You're
for
so
this
welcome.
conversation.
Thank you.
Good morning. How's it going? I am Jennifer Ortakales Dawkins. I am a fashion and retail reporter, and I'm very excited to be here with you guys today. Today we are talking about fashion is the importance of AI and data. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome our panelists to the chairs. You guys can come in. You guys all look so fabulous. Good morning. Awesome. So I'm going to introduce the panelists to you guys. First, we have Mel Lim. She is the founder and CEO of Chateaus. Then we have Shivani Bala, commercial partner manager of Gorgeous. We have Kimberly Morgan, the chief commercial and operations officer of the fashion portfolio at K3. And finally, we have Chandra Subramanian, CEO of ORS. Thank you guys for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having us.
Awesome. So, although AI has been around for a while, 2023 was kind of the breakout year for this technology as we know it. We all began to kind of embrace it a little bit more, as well as ask critical questions about how it will change the future. There's still so much to learn. Perhaps 2024 will be the year we go deeper in our understanding of AI. We're seeing this technology touch every industry, but we're going to talk about how it applies to the fashion industry. So to start off, I want to start with you, Mel. Could you explain to us how does Chateaus use AI to create immersive shopping experiences?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. Perhaps I could explain what we do at Chateaus, and then I'll go into how we use AI.
For sure.
So Chateaus, we essentially empower brands to create immersive experiences via spatial computing / XR technologies. So essentially, you can create this really one-of-a-kind, very memorable experiences. When I say spatial computing, please don't just think about the Apple Vision Pro, because I know that we're all getting excited about that. But it is also an experience that can be viewed via desktop and mobile. So we create those experiences now with AI. It depends on the context. So on the front end side, for the users, we've built in a smart AI concierge. That will enable brands to pretty much curate your brand voice and tone via the AI, and then input all your common knowledge base. So when you're engaging in the space via an avatar, pretty much the avatar can deliver your brand essence or brand DNA, all of the information about a particular product, and make recommendations. So that's the front-end AI experience that we have built out. Now, on the back-end side, we are using it's AI data, so it's machine learning to pretty much learn about user engagement and behaviors in spatial computing. So we've learned that in the last few years that people's behavior, they change when they're in their avatar. It's almost like your alter ego, like, like you become someone else. And we're curious about that piece. How do we learn about that? Whether or not the person is truly engaging with the product, where are they gazing, what are they touching? And these are all critical information for a brand to know, because you might be potentially wanting to engage with an influencer. We heard all about influencers earlier, or bring on partnerships. Those are the pieces that currently today, we're one of the few that are really looking into how to harness that particular insight and reach that kind of data and then bring it back to the brands. That's on the back end side, because let me tell you, a lot of these CMOs that we work with, they're like, we want to hop on, but we also need to make sure that we have our job after we do this. We need data to help us make better decisions, informed decisions. That's how we're using AI and data. And also on a creative side, oh my God, my background is architecture. I was a practicing architect for 8 years. Compared to 30 years ago till now, in the past, you would have to sit down and really pretty much draw and draft these spatial experiences out. It will take weeks. Now I can just go, and then ta-da, mid-journey will come out with something sensational, and then we present it to the client. They're like, yes, no. And the ideation process has shrunk so much, and the cost savings, we want to give that to the brands and enterprises, and that's why we're doing it at 100 times cost savings and 10 times speed of adoption. We're not an agency, we're a tech company. That's pretty much in a nutshell.
Awesome, thank you. And Chandra, what services does ORS provide for fashion companies? Where do you guys come in?
Well, fascinating story there. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for having me here. I was here September last year. I think it's always exciting to be in this event. A lot of designers and users of technology we produce. We are what the industry calls a mathematical modeling firm. Essentially what we do is create models for using machine learning, AI, and all that good stuff, but we use math as the basis for that to solve interesting business problems like, for example, forecasting. I know forecasting has been, industry has been using forecasting systems for many years, but with all the available data, it's very hard to consume that data and provide forecasts at a granular level for making certain decisions, be it long-term inventory decisions or short-term allocation decisions. So we also have machine learning and AI algorithms and math-based models for optimizing inventory, for optimizing supply chains, a bunch of operational use cases, a bunch of deep insights and analytics using machine learning AI for planning purposes. Short, mid-term, long-term planning, merchandise and assortment planning, and so forth. So that's on the operational side. We also have engines that support customer acquisition, customer engagement, and we provide, we're launching some new tools for conversational analytics. So basically, if you had to kind of position us, we are what the financial services industry call, a quant shop. Essentially, we are a quantitative modeling firm. But we do a ton of use cases in fashion industry, and depending upon whether it's high fashion or fast fashion or where you fall in the market, there could be a ton of applications of math for improving your business processes or customer engagement. So that's basically what we do.
Awesome, thank you. Now, Shivani, how does Gorgeous streamline the customer service experience with AI?
That's
That's a really good question, thank you. Before I get into that, I'll just tell you a little bit about Gorgeous. Who here has like a Shopify store or has an e-commerce store, an online, aspect of their branding? So Gorgeous is a customer support help desk built for e-commerce, and we work with a ton of Shopify brands. And what we do is we essentially help streamline and unify all of those customer channels in one place. So your email, phone, SMS, social media, everything is unified in one place to really help make your customer support a lot more efficient. Now, how we use AI to streamline that is in two ways. Number one, we are able to reply faster and then manage your tickets faster. So looking at the replying faster aspect, our AI can scan all the incoming tickets, and when I say ticket, I mean like questions that come in, and can detect the contact reason, like a return request. Upon scanning that, it can send out a personalized response. The second aspect is we can automatically send article recommendations to the questions that come in. So one of our customers actually mentioned that our AI-powered article recommendations have been able to save their team hours of replying back to those repetitive questions, and 70% of the consumers that receive an article recommendation don't have any follow-up questions. And then when we look at the second aspect of managing your tickets faster, not only is our AI able to detect contact reason, but also tone. So we're able to prioritize all of the questions that come in. So for example, if someone reaches out saying, hey, I really, really need my package by this Friday, is there someone that can help me with, telling me where it is? Our AI can pick up that the tone is urgent and that the contact reason has to do with tracking. So we can push that question to the top of your inbox to make sure that your agents can make sure they prioritize responding back to all of these urgent questions and can make sure they're able to help the consumer resolve their issues. So there's a lot of really cool things we're doing with AI, a lot of new features that are coming out, but so far the popular ones that I hear from our consumers that they love so much is the ability to reply back faster and then also manage the tons and tons of questions that come in on a daily basis. So that's how Gorgeous works.
Awesome, thank you. I think that's really cool about the tone, how you're kind of mimicking something similar that a human would be able to do with AI, and it makes it so much faster. Amazing. So Kimberly, tell us how K3 provides AI tools for your clients.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me here and for the panelists. It's great to hear more about the amazing ways I think technology is just accelerating all aspects of processes across the fashion industry. So just a little bit about K3. We are a software solution. We're uniquely embedded within Microsoft's technology ecosystem, but we exclusively focus on fashion, apparel, accessory, footwear industry, and stitch together and solve all of the nuanced back office processes. So from product creation to consumer allocation, replenishment, inventory, and back. We tie those all together and really focus on workflow and process optimization. So when it comes to how we're addressing AI and talking with our brands, I think our focus first is to kind of get back to the basics. And when we say that, it's what does your foundation look like? What is your technology stack today? Where does your data sit? How is your organization, not just your team, what do the processes look like? Not just you, how do those connect broadly? Because when you level set on that conversation, that really allows you to then educate, but have a dialogue on where AI can come in. I mean, all of the panelists here, there's so many areas from planning to inventory to customer. What's going to be best for your brand, but if you don't have connection to your data and your teams aren't speaking to each other and you're using Excel, which we compete against hard, but in all seriousness, that's really important. And so we really like to I wouldn't say challenge, but have that discussion so that when you're looking at the various AI tools, whether it just be workflow optimization, you can really have the most meaningful additions to your business that can really be of impact. Because, if you're looking to optimize, planning and inventory, but you don't have access to your inventory, cracked foundation kind of exacerbates everything. So we kind of look at the foundational piece first to then be able to really accelerate.
Awesome, thank you. All right, now I want to get into a little bit more detail and get more granular with what each company does and the functionalities. So I want to first start with you, Chandra. Can you explain how priorities differ between high fashion and fast fashion companies?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to say, fundamentally from an economic standpoint, it works down to, margins, right? High fashion, in my experiences, they don't mind wasting products. They will never sell it for discount. You're not going to find a Bulgari jewelry come into a discount store, right? It's not possible, right? So, or Hugo Boss, or Ferragamos, or even other brands like that. So, fundamentally, when you look at fast fashion, they need to move things in and out fast. So the focus is on margins and inventory, throughput. How much of the market you can capture, how fast you can capture it. How you can move new products in and out. So the fundamental difference from an economic standpoint is one is focused on client experience, design, and the brand, and the other is focused on speed and execution. So the way you apply AI across across these two different cohorts changes significantly. In high fashion, our typical experience is they don't really care too much about forecasting and accuracy of forecasting. I mean, they do want to get some numbers, but they don't really care about how accurate the forecast is. Their focus is more on how can we test new designs, and they've started testing generative AI kind of use cases for combining the physical, human-based design with machine-based design, customer experience, managing, inquiries that come in from customer and how you can speed that up. Sustainability, that's a big game right now. I mean, everyone's talking about it. Not much of the industry is really investing heavily into it, but over the next course of few years, you're going to see a lot of investments going into sustainability, and there's a ton of AI you can use in sustainability, especially, I don't know if you guys remember the story, a few years back, one of the big brands had a significant fallout because they were using a sweatshop down in Bangladesh, and there was a hue and cry about how people were badly treated and so forth, right? So doing these kinds of audits, managing the procurement of the material. For example, one of my clients produces yarns, and they produce yarns from sheep, that are grown in Patagonia. But how do you know whether the sheep is managed well? I mean, there's a factor to that. So they use AI for that, using a ton of RFID technologies and those kinds of cool tools. So that's what fashion industry primarily, the high fashion industry focuses on, whereas the fast fashion is more operational execution, improvement of forecast, buying more accurately, the quantity, how much you buy, how much you fulfill, how fast you fulfill. So there you see more operational use cases. Of course, there are client experience use cases as well, but there's a lot of investment going into operationalizing their execution, workflow using AI and machine learning. So that's broadly how I would say, the two spaces broadly differ.
Awesome, thank you. Now, Shivani, what you were talking about with the way that Gorgeous works, you guys can kind of make the process, the customer experience process, more efficient. And that kind of reminds me of a lot of the conversations that have been going on about people worried that AI will take away their jobs, because there's clearly that carryover you can see immediately. What's your perspective on that?
I think it's a very valid concern. I ultimately think that AI and automation is not here to take over our jobs, but to enhance our jobs. It's there to really make our work more efficient, quicker, and honestly more creative. Anyone here use ChatGPT? I'm sure everyone does. I recently got into using it earlier this month, and I I've been using it to find a more creative and out-of-box approach to do my own work, for example, like with email campaigns. And I found it to be enhancing my work, but it's definitely not something that can do my job completely. And I think something to note is you got to look at the other side of the coin here, like what are the opportunities that AI can provide? A ton of jobs in the technology, data, development space, and it also gives a lot of businesses the opportunity to expand and dive into different services that they probably never had the opportunity to do so a couple years ago. But to bring it back to the customer support realm, AI is there to help automate those repetitive, monotonous tasks, but at the end of the day, I feel like with customer support, you're always gonna need that human touch. You know, we have that personality, that likability. Honestly, sometimes we're faster. I hate talking to a robot when I need a question. So I think it's here to enhance our jobs, but with customer support, you're always gonna need that human touch, and so I don't think it'll ever, take away from that aspect.
Awesome. I'm curious what the rest of you also think, because this is a hot topic for AI, and obviously this very much is integral in your jobs. So, do any of you? Yeah, well, Kimberly.
I think that, as you said, I think there's the opportunity to then have the efforts that are focused in certain areas swim upstream or downstream to be used in more meaningful manners. I mean, if you have the livid tone on your customers, they can pick up the phone then. That's where you should be spending your time with your customer service resources versus, shipping dates. Like, that's a really great example of how you can really operationalize and put process efficiencies into, the massive amount of, calls and inputs you're getting. I see AI, it's a tool. I mean, I use ChatGPT a lot, but when it goes rogue on its own, it can get a little scary, and I feel like that's what I think the industry, and especially the fashion industry, you need to test, learn, but also understand what your brand is and where you want to go, so that you can really gain those learnings. But I think, it's a tool. It's a tool to accelerate. It's a tool to enhance. But I don't think that there's ever kind of a rip and replace world, maybe to some extent, I don't know, where you will have full swarms of design teams just, being, collections being made by a computer, that's really not possible.
Exactly. And I'm so sorry. Go on.
I'm going to share a story that's not too politically correct.
Trigger alert.
So we implemented, we had to test out building out the front end of the AI. And you're right, it depends on the brand. We deal a lot with luxury brands. So their focus is the high touch, high engagement, right? Personalization. What's my brand voice and tone? Are you just going to simply let this AI go rogue on us? So we tested out when we rolled out our avatar, and I work with a bunch of Romanian engineers, and they implemented Lilu. We call her Lilu. I'm a big fan of Fifth Element, okay? So we got Lilu, and then so we implemented Lilu, we went to the back end, and we have our own brand guidelines. So we put in she's witty, she's funny, she's at the same time, classy, smart, intelligent. We plugged all the key attributes into the back end, and then we inserted a bunch of common knowledge base surrounding chateaus. We just had to test it out. And then we rolled it out and was demoing, and I'm like, oh my God, Lilu sounded like a 2-cent hoe. She's
the perfect woman.
She was like, hey y'all, how's it going? I'm like, this is not my brand. And it was embarrassing because we were demoing, because I thought okay, I trust my team to do this. This is funny because I realized that I had a bunch of men coding and I was building the front end experience, and there's a disconnect, right, about what witty, friendly, smart, and intelligent. Right. And so when I presented to the brand, I'm like, hold on, okay, I gotta show you the back end. This is why it needs to learn. We need to train the AI to learn what it can and cannot say, what it should be saying, and how many words, right? I don't want you to ramble on for 30 words to describe something. Keep it short and succinct, right? And you can even fine-tune it to the type of accent. We do want a British accent, American accent, Chinese accent, right? And you can get so granular, and that's the thing we always ask a brand. If you have an avatar of a brand persona, what would it be? And this is a good way to fully test your perception of your own brand DNA. Put it into the machine, and then you watch what the machine's gonna do with your key attributes. You'll be surprised. And that's why we still have to, like I always tell my team, we gotta master the bitch. We're the master, okay? Like, we're the master, not the AI, we're the master. And we're gonna train it to really be beneficial for us. And that's how we use AI, you know. And I've been in tech for 25 years. It's very fascinating to see the mass eager adoption here, but it has to learn based on your input.
But I think that that's another, what you just said is a prime example of how the fashion industry is unlike any other industry. You know, it's not producing a can of soda, metal, great. You know, what brand, if it was a Chewy bar, if they did consumer studies, it's like, this is disgusting, I'll never buy it. Let's make it and put it out there. Okay, brands in this room, it's a crested blazer. We're the crested blazer. I don't care if it doesn't sell one. We make the crested blazer. It's part of your brand identity. That statement in and of itself totally redefines this industry. And that's why, to your point, you can't just put in 4 attributes and let that be your brand. Yeah. Because your brands in this industry are heritage brands, even new brands, Instagram to consumer. I mean, they all have their identities that need to be framed by the brand humans to make technology as a tool to accelerate.
That's right. So it's like if your AI can be human, what does it feel like, sound like, taste like, you know, like a human being?
Yeah.
No, we're the master. It's the bitch. Let's hope it stays that way, right? We gotta really
train
learn.
Train
it. But that's the whole goal about adoption, which is very fascinating in this space. Which I love fashion. I'm in a tech world, so this is like very new to me. Hi, everyone. But it is very interesting because the mass adoption, the eagerness to want to experience something new. That's where the technology and data and AI can come in and accelerate that, but it's not losing the human touch. Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, us humans, we are the experts, and like you said, we're the master.
But I also think too, the one thing, because we talk a lot about any adoption of a tool, a technology, a platform, you can't underestimate the power of the brand voice, but also the power of human adoption when it comes to technology, because technology is easy. Humans are really difficult and hard because we are. Let's think of, I'm not the easiest person sometimes, but I mean, think about change management in your teams. When you're looking at technology, that's also a piece. When you get back to the basics, where are you on the skew of technology as, you know, your team leaning in? Because if you don't have that adoption or that methodology to change your team's perception of what technology can be, it doesn't really matter how amazing it is. If it's not used, then it's, you know, really a waste. So I think the human element also on processes for business and change management, as well as then marrying that with technology, is a really big piece that we at K3 challenge, you know, our customers and our prospects to think of, because if you overlook that, it's a lot of wasted money and time.
One thing to add to what you were saying too earlier about data on the operations side, because we work with a lot with large enterprises, their concern is data privacy and compliance issues, right? And those are the things that we don't really talk about because it's behind the hood in the infrastructure, in the tech stack.
No PII.
And that's where we will always look at where are we getting the data from, why are we harnessing it, how are we enriching it, and how accurate is the data input, right? Because the machine has to learn. And if it's are you
Bad
going
data,
bad data,
machine learning,
that's
bad
like,
machine.
bad machine. And so that's the thing. And how are we getting the data from? And this is a whole other conversation, especially with newer tech like Web3 and blockchain and data sovereignty. We have to look at where it is coming from in the future. People are willing to sell data now, and you know, and what kind of data are they selling and giving to us, you know, freely, and how are we using that in a contextual environment, like in spatial computing or in your case operations and under the hood. So those are the
spotting fakes, you know.
Yeah.
So, exactly. It's a big issue in the fashion industry, and you know, there's a ton of. So I've been in the natural language processing, pattern recognition industry for many years. We had a bunch of patents and going back 12, 14 years on using pattern recognition algorithms for spotting patterns, you know, on images and videos and so forth. And what we're realizing now is the advancement of AI, especially where it is today, it's extremely easy to take a ton of publicly available information and spin up new designs with small changes to the design, and then where does the IP lie? So intellectual property in the fashion industry is a huge problem right now. So there's a ton of AI application by lawyers and law firms trying to figure out, how do you put guardrails and how do you manage, fakes, that typically, a brand doesn't like because it destroys the brand. So those are the kind of use cases that I see where we apply machine learning and AI pretty significantly. One of the things I do want to say is that I'm an optimist. If I take this, and I probably won't be around, but if we take this, 3, 4, 5 decades out, I'm going to bet that it's going to be possible to design for one, manufacture for one, distribute for one, using all the technology that you see evolving today, including 3D printing and so forth. So that's where I see the world going, and that's good because, the long tail is where the industry actually makes a lot of money, and I think significant amount of people sitting all over the world can produce authentic designs that you don't get to see because there's a few stewards that won't let those designs come through, right? So how do you empower all of those people sitting around all the world? In fact, on that note, there's a lady in the corner there, her name is Erica. I met her in Miami about a year back, and she's just starting out a fledgling design firm, and for the last 1 year she's been testing out different types of AI tools like Dolly and others, and she's actually produced about 400 or 500 designs, and you should go check it out. I mean, it was fascinating. She was talking to me this morning about how she's doing it. So there's a lot of evolution going on in the industry. I think if we can put our arms around it and start experimenting, start prototyping more and more, both on the design side as well as manufacturing side, I think it's going to benefit everybody.
And sorry, just to add very quickly, on the note of being optimistic about the evolution of AI and kind of bringing it back to the question of people being worried, there is an abundance of jobs out there. There is no end to the amount of jobs that are out there. So in the moment, it might feel terrible to have lost that job, but we're all educated. We're all so highly skilled. We're all so personable that it might be tough, but I do think that, you'd be able to find that next adventure that you have, and not to get all philosophical, but I do believe that, rejection is redirection. So, I really, it's fascinating what AI can do. It is unfortunate that a lot may have lost their jobs because of it, but again, if you see LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, there are so many, small businesses, growing businesses, new businesses that are coming in that need our skill set. So I think everyone is going to be okay at the end of the day. Yeah.
I see a lot of the work being done across the technology space and fashion and the intersection. I also am incredibly optimistic. I think it's a massive opportunity, not only to think in a different way, rethink how business processes were done to optimize, but also if you look at a business organization, HR, your expenses, those were done in Excel, not even 10 years ago. You submit them, now you have an app, a tool. Technology met the needs of that piece of the organization. Technology should be meeting the needs of all of those back office processes that we just talked about, as well as sustainability and CSR. It's manual, heavy, getting those certificates, validating them. We're bringing that optimization in, using ocular recognition, scan those certificates, validate those. Technology now needs to meet the needs of that part of an organization that had such a heavy manual hand before. Like every other piece of a business, I think it's that opportunity to catch up, but then have technology lean in and meet those needs. I think it's exciting, with no heavy-handed challenges, but I think it's really exciting the next years ahead. So.
Yeah, in a lot of ways it sounds like, these jobs are just going to be evolving, right? So we might not have the same exact types of jobs we did 5-10 years ago, but as we progress, these jobs are going to change, and we're all going to gain these new skills. We're all going to know how to train AI, and who knows what kind of opportunities will come from that. So we have just a few more minutes left, and I wanted to make sure that I ask all of you guys. Why is it so important for fashion companies and brands to utilize the AI tools that are out right now? And we can kind of just go down the line. So we'll start with you, Mel.
I would actually add another layer to, it's not so much a what, how do I say this? Before I recommend any kind of technology stack or how are we gathering data and all of that, I always ask the clients, what's your business outcome that you're trying to achieve? From there, then I can create and map out a whole strategy surrounding AI adoption, XR, or whatever. Without knowing why you're using it, I can't give you the events that will trigger the data that will enabling you to collect a certain type of information. So that's where I typically start. What's the business outcome? Are you trying to leverage this technology to make money or save money, right? Ultimately, we're all business people here. We're trying to make money or save money. From there, then we map things out. And if we happen to use machine learning on the back-end side for the data infrastructure, great. If we want to implement generative AI in the front end, great. If we want to use it in-house as an internal process, great. But ultimately, it is the business outcome. Now, on the data side, it is always fascinating to me because data accuracy and enrichment is all very critical. However, I have found myself, sometimes we have biases in data because it's all based on what's out there, right? I've also found that biases in data can actually help. It's not really a bad thing. We've actually used it to train employees and staff, like sales training and enablement. Is to use that biases and go like, are we biased internally? Is this how we see our customer? Is this what we're anticipating? Because AI is part of predictive analytics, right? But it's also training us as humans to go, is this how we view things? And so I ask a lot of questions before we get to the how and the why. It's mostly surrounding the why are we doing this? Make money, save money, roll out a big program, to enable sales training, to engage your customers for conversion, whatever it is. But I have to then build out all these different tech stack to enable that to happen. Long story.
Right, and it's pretty interesting because something I've learned from some people in fashion I've talked to is that AI is really just kind of a mirror to us as a society. So it's really revealing to us what are our biases or what are stereotypes that we've been leaning into for years. How do we get out of that? And maybe AI is a tool where it's helping us to do that.
I'm going to answer this question from an angle from the brand side and from like a support side. We work with so many fashion brands, and using AI in your tech stack with customer support, it's really there to help scale, to generate your revenue. Especially when it comes to fashion, there's so many particular specific questions. How's the fabric? How's the quality, the cut, the color, like tarnish? Like there's so many particular questions that it's a lot out of you as like an owner to have to type up everything every single day or copy and paste. With AI, you can simply automate all that because you're able to detect that tone or what that reasoning is. Is it about the cut? Is it about the style of it? So by being able to automate all those pretty urgent or like pressing questions, you're able to focus your time on the efforts and other granular things that you probably never have time for because you're so busy replying back to all these like, repetitive questions. So I know that from a brand's point of view, they really appreciate the tool of automating these questions because they have been able to scale their brands by like launching a new line, launching a product campaign, that they never had to deal with the customer support aspect of it because of all the automations that are in place. So it's really a tool that can be utilized in fashion to mitigate the labor that you have to do to reply back to potential customers and really learn how to like grow your vision, your mission, and your brand so that, at the end of the day, it's very successful and you bring in a lot of money.
Yeah. Before I got into journalism, I used to work in customer service for a retail brand, and we totally could done way better if we had a lot of those tools in place, because we literally had to sit there manually like typing in what is this response, or what does this customer need, and spreadsheets full of customer information so we could apply those to a bunch of situations. So
I'm at the back there, and there are like two girls with me, Mary from Reprise Activewear and oh my God, Kirsty from Freedom Fleur. The minute I saw their booth, I immediately went, is this heavy cotton blend? Can you make this to my size? And as I was asking it, I'm like, there's probably 1,000 others asking you the exact same questions. And when I spoke to them, they told me how they're literally manually writing these answers every single time. I'm like, girl, get on Gorgeous. Like, we'll automate it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, the automation piece of it is so important, because you have your own personal life of your text messages and emails that you have to reply back to. Like, you don't want to do that on the business side too at all times of the day, just staring at your phone. So using AI and the automations to be able to interact with customers is honestly a game changer, and I'm very excited to see how it's actually going to grow and scale. I think 2024 is going to be a big year. Shopify came out with their Winter's Edition. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but it's insane, and it's only January. No, it's February, but it's only the start of the year, so I'm excited to see how it continues to evolve.
Now, I think you touched on a lot of points, not only on the customer engagement side, but operational and scalability. As Mel shared, we talk to our customers and prospects about where you want to get to. We want to scale our business, we want to diversify our channels, we're seeing a lot of growth in North America, we want to expand globally. Okay, how do you do that? Well, right now we have 7 ERP systems, we have a connected inventory management, and we're working on Excel to do our planning. It's like, so how are you going to, we can't even diversify our channels right now, let alone get to that. So your CEO's 20% growth, how are you going to do that? We actually don't know. And those are conversations we have time and time again, from board riders to Buharer to Mahmoud to Vince. All of these brands are challenged with how to operationalize and connect. It is data, but it's processes that have been disparately segmented, walled, and customized, which is a really great thing when you have something that's so custom for your world. When COVID hits and you need to think outside of your world, and then in the next 6 months, where should my channel go? Where are we going to be more retail, wholesale? Should we look at drop ship? How do you actually attack any of those if you don't have your processes set? So I think understanding what your outcome is really kind of the light bulb goes on to say, yeah, wow, we really need to think about how we can connect all of these, whether it's systems or processes. And that's where I think technology really has the opportunity to come in. And I just think the industry is changing. And I think that they're just, people are leaning in to see what can it be, because if not, and we had one brand that we're talking to in accessories, they do wholesale distribution Bloomingdale's, but they have their manufacturing in Germany. They use AS400, it's an IBM system. Mary owns it. Mary's retiring in April. Does anyone else know how to run their image? No. Well, Mary's going to Boca Raton. What the? They said, we need to figure this out, or I don't think we won't be here. And he said, look, I've been here 25 years. Okay, but does this company just close then? And I said, well, no, of course. There's technologies, there's platforms. That's massive change management, but these are real conversations. Yeah, that's, a $25 million brand, but that's turnover. That's $5 million to $1 billion brands. This industry, it's ready for a change, and I think it's exciting to meet those needs. So.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little broader view on the question, and why do we really need AI, right? We've been around as a species for 70,000 years, Homo sapiens, that is, and we are the most dominant species in the world today, on the planet, right? So how did we get here, right? So the common thesis, if you talk to anthropologists, is that we got here because of our ability to abstract. So we take information, the Neanderthals, the one before us, right? They're able to say, apparently, that there's a lion the bank of the river, don't go there. but Homo sapiens started looking at pug marks and saying, hey, it looks like a lion, and it was here a few hours back because the pug mark is dry. So we're able to take information and abstract the information and use that abstraction to make decisions. And that is what made us the most dominant species on the planet, because no other species is able to do it, right? So fundamentally, what does that mean? Fundamentally, it means we're able to find patterns, or at least think we are able to find patterns, and create stories. So human beings are storytellers, okay? The problem with telling stories over and over and over again is that you start believing in it. And it works in politics, but it doesn't work in business. When you have people sitting there for 15, 20, 25 years, doing the same thing over and over again, they create mental patterns that are static. Now, that's fundamental. I mean, we have to recognize this. It's really important. We create mental patterns that are static. That's a cause of bias. That is a cause of everything that you see around here, around us, right? These mental patterns, we do that, they're static because our brains consume a lot of energy. And when we start consuming so much energy, we have to optimize. So intrinsically, the brain starts optimizing. Okay, so when you wake up in the morning, you just do things automatically. You're not consciously, putting your left foot on the ground and then walking and picking the toothbrush with your right hand. You don't do that. You don't actually consciously wear a shirt in a certain way, right? It's all mental patterns that you create. Now, in business, when you have these static mental patterns, you have what is called the decision bias, okay, or decision fatigue. And when you have that, you have issues like, a really large brand with the dog and the target in there, right? So they lost a lot of, they had to get rid of a lot of inventory about a year back. I mean, just imagine, such a huge firm, so mature, and they have significant issues with, inventory that they had to declare on the street. It impacted the shareholders and everybody else. How does that come about? It's because of decision bias. When you have AIs and engines running on a continuous basis, these executives now have additional data points. The world is moving really fast. So you pull all that information in and you start looking at indicators and use those indicators to make decisions. That's fundamentally why you need AI in business, right? I mean, you can apply to different use cases, but that's fundamentally what you're trying to solve, decision bias and decision fatigue.
Amazing, thank you. Well, we are out of time, but thank you guys so much for joining us in this panel discussion. Thank you so much to our panelists.
Thanks so much.
Give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got to introduce our panelists. I didn't know this. So this guy needs no introduction. Mr. Richie Rich. Woo! Bringing the 90s back, baby, right? And we also have...
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Whoa!
We also have Sarah Davis, founder and CEO of Fashion File. So everyone knows all about her and her bags. So when we talk about fashion is authenticity, I mean, no one's been bringing it more than you since the 90s. But so when they told me you were going to be in the panel, I thought back, the early 2000s, and Nicole Smith on your stage.
Oh, she was so sweet.
I know,
Bless
Naomi
her heart.
Campbell, all that.
Naomi's Oh my God, so much fun. And
Heatherette. Then you kind of disappeared for a little bit, but now you're kind of making a comeback.
Yeah, I put Heather on vacation, and now we're coming out with Richarette. And so like, we just did LA Fashion Week, Miami Fashion Week, and this Saturday, if y'all want to come, we're doing Terminal 5 Fashion Week. And Brad just, with his company Thumbs Boom, like, he's making these like cool sweatshirts with our unicorn logo, boom, boom. Yeah, and it's all about pop culture fun. Like, I've always been about that. And our logo basically is called Boom. And
it's called what?
Boom.
Oh, okay.
If that doesn't wake you up, I don't know.
Yeah, I know,
will.
exactly. So when we talk about fashion is authenticity, what does that really mean to you?
I don't know. I mean, like, I grew up in San Francisco, like, area, like, and my friends and I would just go to the club scene, and if we couldn't afford clothes or found what we wanted to wear, like, we would just make our clothing. And then, so we would just dress up every night and go out. And I was sneaking out of my house, go-go dancing. And then I joined the Ice Capades. I was a figure skater. So I used to hang out with this queen named Jerry in the costume department. And my mom taught me how to sew, but then he also taught me, like, rhinestoning and sequining and feathering and a gay old time. And then I won a contest to move to New York as a club kid, which I didn't know. I didn't realize in San Francisco I was a club kid. And then the minute I moved to New York, they put me on the Joan Rivers show. She followed my whole evolution of, she brought Liza Minelli to my shows, and which was so much fun.
Yeah.
And then I did like Phil Donahue and Geraldo's talk shows, and we'd get fan mail from kids around the world and like our country. And so yeah, and then I worked with Suzanne Barr. She was the queen of nightlife in New York, and I was her assistant. And then we traveled the world doing parties, and then but she brought Galliano, Vivienne Westwood, Mugler, and Gautier to the States in the 80s, but I wasn't here yet. I moved here in the 90s. And she's like, she's Swiss German. She's like, in the Chelsea Hotel, she's still there. And she's like, well, darling,
yeah.
if you be my assistant, I'll introduce you to everybody. And she's like, you're going to meet everybody. And then, so yeah, we had a blast. And the day I moved to New York, I met David Bowie in the elevator at the Hotel 17. Where
Jeez.
Amanda Lepore was my first friend in New York. And I lived next door to her. And Bowie was doing the cover of an interview magazine. So I met him in the elevator, and then that night Madonna walked up to me with a lollipop. She's like, oh, you're the new club kid. So I got spoiled. And then in high school, like, I was called a loser because all my friends ditched high school to go to the Duran Duran concert. But I couldn't because I had to compete the next day for my skating. And I'm all, you'll see.
So it sounds like it's just doing you.
I don't know. It all just fell into weird. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. The hustle's real. Like
hustle's real, right?
My friends and I worked our butts off, but like, no pun intended. But yeah. Then I took care of Duran Duran for like 3 nights in a row.
Yeah.
And I'm not one to be like, bleh, but I was like, if my high school friends could see me now.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, Sarah Davis. I don't know how many know about Fashion File. Okay, boom. There we go. Boom. So authenticity means a lot to you, especially because we want those bags to be authentic.
Yes, we have like our values up on our wall like a lot of companies do, and our first value is we believe in authenticity. And part of obviously it's why people shop from us. This is our primary concern at Fashion File is, are these items authentic or not, and so that's the first thing we do is we evaluate a product. But also our people, we're like, we believe in authenticity. We want you to bring all the different parts of you to the job and be who you are, because some people come to us and they're fashion files, they're lovers of fashion like a lot of you, and some people come to us because they want a job and they're very smart and they're analytical, and we can teach them authentication and procurement and some of these skills. We have Fashion File University, we can teach that. And you don't have to pretend that you're this thing to have a job at Fashion File, that you care. Usually by the end, after you've studied for a while, you kind of become Fashion File because fashion is addictive, and we'll have people come in. Our head of procurement was an animal trainer in Hollywood, didn't care about fashion at all, and now she's obsessed and is a huge collector and all that. So, but yeah, bring your whole self to the job, and also, our people come to us because they trust us because we value authenticity.
So what I love about your story is the founding story. I mean, 1999, I mean, this was like a couple years after Jeff Bezos is selling books online. You came up with the idea to sell bags, like, and you were on the forefront of it all. So how did you kind of get that idea?
Well, I think I was with Richie. I also had no money, and you do two things, because I bet you did this too. I made clothes. I learned how to sew in home ec, and I took a fashion design, and when I was in fashion design class at a local community college, which is a 3-hour class when I was in high school, and I loved that. When you have no money, you make clothes, and you buy them used. So I bought them. I went to thrift stores, and honestly, I'd buy things used at the thrift stores, and then I would tweak those and make them my own. But I always wanted things, really nice things. I wanted things I couldn't afford, and so the way when you buy nice things you can't afford, you buy them used. So I was always in thrift stores, consignment shops, things like that. I still love it. You always get unique, really interesting things that way. And when I was growing up, I wasn't doing it because it was cool or edgy or different. I did it because it was what I could afford.
Where did you grow up?
I was born in LA in South Pasadena, so and then moved around from there. And now I'm in South Orange County. So.
I used to go to thrift stores like in the Bay Area, like, and I'd rip up jeans and like T-shirts and sew things together. And my mom's like, "People are gonna think we're poor." I'm like, no, this is a trend. It's like it's happening, yeah. Boom. And then kids at school wanted to like buy what I was wearing. And like when I was like in 8th grade, what are you, like 13? We moved to California from New Jersey. I'm a Jersey boy originally. And Vans weren't popular, the sneakers in Jersey at the time. And so I wanted a pair of Vans, but like the checkerboards. And my mom was like, "I don't like those." So she bought me, and now I thank her, but at the time I was not happy. She bought me a white pair of Keds and a bunch of Sharpies. And she's like, "Make your own Vans." So I made them, and I drew my own, and I wore them to school. And a bunch of kids in my class, they all wanted a pair. So I started selling them like in the courtyard of the school. But then some kids, this one girl, Sharon, called me. She called me out, and she's like, "You can't afford your own Vans." It turns out her sister worked at Nordstrom, and they were shoplifting, and she got arrested.
Oh, geez. Uh-oh.
So then later, I did a line called A Muse with Pamela Anderson, and it was actually her first fashion show, which I was surprised at. She actually gave me her Baywatch bathing suit. I have it in my lawyer's safe for my birthday.
Wow.
And, yeah. She's like, "Don't wear it, don't sell it." I'm like, "Honey, I wouldn't look good in it."
I know.
But we did a show in Miami. We traveled the world. We started in New Zealand and then went all over the place, Canada, where she's from, and everywhere. And so what'd you call it? So then I did a deal with Vans, and so I told them at the meeting this story. They're like, "Do you have the ones that you drew?" And I'm like, "My mom threw them away." I'm like, but
So Richie, you know, obviously you have these stories. I mean, Madonna, Paris Hilton, Naomi Campbell. So how do you've been in the highest of the highs. You've seen like the ups and downs of the fashion industry. Now you're trying to get back into it. How is the game changing? How has fashion changed since you've been in it? And what advice do you have for entrepreneurs who kind of,
I think
for the lows of the industry?
No, good question. I mean, I think the number one game changer is like you could be the best sewer, designer, pattern maker. First of all, get yourself out there, network, because you could be talented as boom, but then boom. But if you don't meet people like David LaChapelle, Pat Field, Suzanne Barsh, all these people helped me in the beginning, like, because I knew them all from the club scene, and then. But I also think, we were talking on the phone yesterday, like, I think also, well, I know, like, what I've learned, like, you say you go to fashion school or just life in general, like, I think you should learn business. And because the finances are the hardest part, and then how to, like everybody thinks, like, with Heatherette, it was all like, oh, you know, I go to parties with Paris and Nikki Hilton, and we're like elves, and we have elves working for us, and la la la. Oh, no, we, every day, like, we'd go to work, and we're in the East Village at first, 7th Street. It was an old ice cream shop. Then we got backing, and we moved into the Empire State Building, which was a trip. But then I was at every sales meeting. Our friend Rob Smith put us in all the Macy's around the country, and then Cal Rootstein at the time for Bloomingdale's, and Bendel's shut down their whole store for us, and I had Fergie host it with the Scissor Sisters, our friends.
Yeah.
it all just kind of happened, like, but at the same time, I guess my point is like I said earlier, the hustle's real. Like, you gotta like get yourself out there.
The hustle is real, and nobody knows that more than Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah, I mean, obviously competition since you started has been hot. A lot of people have been popping up. They see the value in selling these luxury bags, which I told her I looked my bags up the other day, and boy, do they hold their value.
Yeah.
So what business strategies have worked for you? Because you guys have seen record growth, year after year.
Yeah, so we started, and like I said, I started selling in 1999, and this is back in the early days. There's no credit card processors online in 1999. So the early days of the internet, that's how all businesses worked in those days. And then we continued to grow 50% a year every year. Historically, it's our 25th year, and always profitable, which is interesting, different for online companies. We see a lot of struggles with profitability, but continue to grow in an online environment, and really had no competition for like 15 years until the RealReal and a lot of, which by the way, I love the RealReal. I love resale online and off still. It's my primary source of clothes and furniture and everything. I love buying pre-owned, but realize that it's highly competitive online now. It's very challenging. There's not probably like 30 private equity backed and public resale companies online. And then what was really exciting and awesome is like during COVID, every mom and pop consignment shop and every pawn shop in America got a Shopify account and posted their things online. My son had a little sneaker business. Overnight, world's not ready, sneaker, resale. He goes to Goodwill, buys some sneakers, cleans them up, buys them used on eBay, cleans them up, posts them, and is able to, in one day, develop a business on Shopify, which is very cool. They're able to do things that we have an entire team to do, and entrepreneurs all over, young and old, can now run a business online. So it's just highly competitive in that type of environment. And so we're just trying to continue to grow. We've opened physical stores. We've had stores offline and off. We have 2 authentication centers. One, just by total coincidence, our New York authentication center is downstairs on the 6th floor. You're all welcome to come down. But we just happen to be here. They're like, hey, can you come speak? We're upstairs. I'm like, yeah, I can hike up there. But our entire authentication center, packing, shipping, and we have a beautiful showroom. What's interesting about our showrooms, we've had these open to the public since 2007, is that, if you go into a consignment shop or resale shop, like I said, I still love them. I still love our local shops. And you're looking for a backpack. They may not have a luxury backpack in that consignment shop. They might have one. If you're looking for a backpack here, we have 430-something backpacks downstairs. You're going to use an iPad, and you're going to be able to, you want Gucci backpack? Okay, we have 87 downstairs. How much you want to spend?
Let's go.
You don't want to spend over $500.
Guys, we're ending early.
We have Gucci backpacks for under $300. And now you say, okay, I want to see.
You shouldn't have told me that.
Yeah, come on downstairs. I'll show you. I'll give you a tour. No, but they say, and now you can pull them out of our inventory cage. You can pull them from an entire inventory. Half our inventory is on the West Coast, where I'm headquartered out in North County, San Diego, and half of it is here. There's no other place, and I'm saying this. People say a lot of things, the biggest in the world, whatever. This is a fact. There's nowhere in the world that you can shop. You want a Birkin? We have like 200 and something Birkins down there. What color? What kind of hardware do you want? What color leather? We got it, You can pull this out of inventory. You add to cart, and when you add to cart, if you're in our Wi-Fi environment, you can request to pull the item, and they will pull it out of our inventory cage. When you walk into our authentication center, you look into our down rows, we've opened it up. We don't want to hide our inventory in the back because it's awesome. You all would be dying. So we opened it up with a cage. You can see down our inventory cage, and then you can shop the inventory that's available here. It's totally revolutionary way. We're like, why hide this stuff? It's incredible. It's a very curated, really cool mix.
Do you have Chanel?
Do we have Chanel? We probably have 10,000 Chanel items down there.
Oh my God, we're so going down there.
Come on. We'll all go down, field trip.
So what trends are you seeing today with today's consumer? Because I know Gen Z in particular, they love old. They want those old bags. They don't want to buy a brand new bag.
Yeah. Honestly, the trend for me is back when, you're kind of like, you were my era. Like, this is my people. And back in those days, it wasn't as common that young people, it was really folks on the real cusp that were into luxury and designer. And at my high school, no guys were interested in this stuff, number one. And we're not interested in...
We were just talking, so Larry Namer's in the audience somewhere, like he created the E-Network. We were just talking earlier about how, especially like sports athletes now, like
oh yeah,
they're all into luxury looks and goods.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
When I was a club kid in the 90s, like early 90s, all my friends wore platforms, and this guy Alex in the East Village would like build these crazy spiky platforms out of foam. Not me, honey. I went to Bergdorf's and I bought Chanel heels.
Oh, yeah.
The classic suede and black, and like
exactly.
You
You
mentioned a great point. Like NFL athletes, they're giving gifts of Louis Vuitton bags now. It's
Absolutely.
like hot for everybody.
Yeah, but the thing is that most young people can't, they're not coming in. A Chanel flap is now over $10,000. Crazy. You know, they're not buying that bag. So they're shopping fashion file, sort by lowest to high. And they'll take a bag and they're like, okay, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. It's a Fendi Spy bag from the 90s. And they don't even know what it's called. They just know it's Fendi and it's authentic and it's $232. They're add to cart. And then they pop up on TikTok looking adorable with their own authentic getup and their own style. And people are like, oh my gosh, look how cute she is or he or whatever. Look how cute they are. You know, what is that bag? Oh, it's a Fendi Spy bag. Wow, all of a sudden Fendi Spy bag is now hot again. It used to be that it's models and celebrities that are creating the trends, and now it's like a 15-year-old kid, club kid maybe, who's on TikTok, who's making it a big deal because they're sorting lowest to high, honestly.
Remember Sex and the City? Like I did the Carrie T-shirt on Sarah Jessica Parker, and the Fendi baguette. Didn't she make that famous?
Of course,
Yeah.
Sex and the City.
So how are you navigating this new fashion world? Obviously, it's a lot different than the 90s with social media. Like, are you trying to find yourself, or what approach is working?
I found myself, but like, I'm in unicorn land. But like, the thing is, like, I think it's back to being authentic. Like, you just have to be yourself, and like.
Are you on TikTok?
Yeah,
you
seem like you
I should do
well.
more of it. And what'd you call it? Meanwhile, I can't stop staring at I have ADD. Your pink boots, they're glitter.
Oh yeah.
I keep going like this.
I know, right?
That's
the
like my
whole
brain.
getup, the crowd's bringing the style.
But yeah, I'm getting more into social media now, and I actually just got a book deal, so I'm gonna do a book, and I want to do like a reality show or maybe a documentary.
Do all of it. You should.
Yeah.
And have fun, and like I'm still friends with all my cuckoo friends, and like.
Well, not finding yourself, but more of like where do you see yourself in this in today's fashion?
I think I'm gonna focus on the internet, websites, and like all that, richarette.com. But then also, I just got interest from Bergdorf's because like I've always started higher and then kind of did a junior line lower, and then I did a line with Mac Cosmetics. That boy George took all the packaging for me, like, and that was in like 56 countries, which was crazy. And I mean, I worked at Benetton in high school, and I saved my money for like a MAC lipstick and like at the mall.
I know Benetton. I forgot about that.
But then David LaChapelle had me do the Viva Glam ads with Shirley Manson, Elton John, and Mary J. Blige. And so our friend Claire at the time, she was doing PR, and I went to the meeting with David, and she's like, "So you're starting a clothing line?" I said, "Yeah." And she's like, "What can I do?" I'm like, "Can we have a lipstick?" And so we started out with one pink lipstick that was on the cover of Women's Wear Daily. But my motto in life is don't ask, don't get. Like, you don't know, because all they can say is no, but then no backwards is on. So and I used to be with Wilhelmina and Click Models, like, in the specialty division. And like, I would do commercials, and it paid the rent before I did the clothing line. And I was used to rejection. I was like, whatever, like. So then that's why, like, I don't like we did a casting yesterday, and like, I can't say no to anybody. Like, I've always done every shape, size, race, all of it. Like back to working at Benetton. I love their ads.
Yeah.
And, you know, now it's all inclusive, but my friends and I have always been that way. Like Paris Hilton, nobody wanted, like, I'm not being rude, but I met her at Pat Fields, and nobody wanted her to walk for them. And I'm like, I didn't even know who she was. She was crying on the floor because she was buying garter belts and boas, and her mom cut off her credit card. And she's like,
tough life, right?
She's like, whoa. And then all of a sudden I don't know if it was her driver or who, And this older man came down with his credit card, paid for like 10 grand and like
Wow.
what she was buying. And she's like, who are you? I'm like, I'm Richie Rich. And she's like, well, I am rich. And I'm like,
Okay. Wow.
well.
So, I know that happened. So
And then she would come over and we would just play dress up and then
yeah.
it was fun.
So Sarah, what are your plans ahead? I mean, I was wondering if you think about getting into renting bags online or clothing. I know you do shoes and accessories.
Yeah, we do a lot of business in refresh program where people buy from us and we have guaranteed buyback periods. So you hold for 6 months, we'll give you an automatic 70%, things like that. And so it's kind of like a little fractional ownership. Rental's difficult in our category because the rental amounts are so heavy that we found that it's been actually one of the first Sex and the City movie, Bag Bar and Steel, was the first handbag rental company. I think it was 2014, something like that. Maybe earlier than that they came out on the, and they're still out there, you know, kind of smaller, but the rental business is challenging in the handbag world. And so we do our version of it, which is a little bit fractional ownership, where you buy it and then we can just, if you sell it back really quick, you just keep more of the money. And so we do that, but I think we're just trying to, we position ourselves, we really try to say, you know, we love the brands that we sell, we love the history, we love the story, we love the heritage, we love the quality, all those things. And so we want to honor them in the way that we do our business and try to maybe use their playbook. And
But like, I know you're around it every day, but do you like go cuckoo there? Like, don't you just wear it off?
I go so cuckoo. Like, I can't wait. You got to come down. Well, I want to hear your stories, and we'll take you around, and then you can tell us stories about how you know people who probably position. Honestly, so interesting. But I go crazy. It's so interesting because I do love the story behind all of it. And what we do is kind of a mini. It's just like an amazing curation of like a spot in time right now, and you will have things like trunks from the 1800s, Louis Vuitton monogram. Was invented in 1896. People think
That's
the
amazing.
monogram is dated. I'm like, what else has been cool since the 1800s? They win. You know, that's amazing.
I sang for Marc Jacobs when he was at Louis Vuitton, like in Osaka, Japan, and I found these Louis Vuitton boxer shorts at the flea market in Chelsea at the time. And he's like, you know, those are fake. And then I was like, really? And they were like $10. But then he's like, can I borrow them? And he knocked them off and put them in the Louis collection.
Marc Jacobs,
he's a boom.
He is a genius. He did it. He's the one who created all of this
with Sprouse
amazing
and
world.
all of it.
Honestly, I mean,
But
he really is the impetus for what we see now with the
But do you know
seasonality and the artist collaborations and all that.
Oh, sorry. But do you know the first show he did for Louis Vuitton? He didn't put any bags in the show. And
They're like, what?
Bernardo, no, he's like, but we're based on bags. And he's like, oh.
Oh, I better figure that out. And he did. He did.
He
All right, love Marc Jacobs.
To wrap this up, I know there's a lot of fashion entrepreneurs in the crowd. What's your biggest piece of advice for them? Because you guys have been doing this for 25 years.
I think don't follow any rules and follow your own lane and like try to figure out, like I said earlier, like the best with business. Find out what a venture capitalist is, what I didn't know. Find out Wall Street or just money and do shows. I mean, even if it's like a nightclub, and that's how I started, and just invite your friends or like, and just promote, and get yourself out there and start doing samples and start your business online like you do, and like I said, don't ask, don't get, and be a bitch. Boom. In a nice way.
Yeah, all right, I love that. Sarah, how about you?
Yeah, I would say that's like such great advice, and I would second that too, that a lot of times people get into an analysis paralysis. They're thinking so much, and you're reading, and you're studying, and you're listening to podcasts, and you're reading books. I'm like, just do it. Just get started. Because for a long, our company looks so great right now, and very professional and polished and all that. It's 25 years of iteration. Wow. And in the very first, I read a quote somewhere, and they're like, if you're not embarrassed by the first version of whatever you're doing, then you didn't get started early enough. You know, and I look back at some of those early, I'm like, whoa, I can't believe we put that out there in the world. That is humiliating. But it's really because we just keep iterating. And so stop thinking so much about it, just get started. You're going to learn a lot. When you put it out there, you'll get feedback, and you'll.
Well, there you have it. just get started?
Oh my God! So when I started Heatherette, we would do like leather halter tops, Foxy Brown, and then Little Kim, Missy Elliott. They all started wearing them. But then we did T-shirts, and my friends and I would just make them in our apartment. I lived in Nolita, and we would hand do glitter on them. And this girl like walked up to me at a club at Central Fly at the time in Chelsea. And she's like, "Oh, I bought your T-shirt. 5 minutes. I bought your T-shirt at Pat Fields." I'm like, "Thank you." She's like, "No, I washed it and all the glitter fell off." I'm like, "You're not supposed to wash it." Like,
yeah.
I learned a lesson there.
I know, right? Well, we actually have 5 minutes. I don't know if anybody has any questions from the audience or anything like that.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you got?
Yes, as a woman in a fashion business and having exposed to all of this luxury goods, how do you authenticate the goods, and how did you find investment to, take this business farther?
Yeah, and I will say this two parts of that, because you talked about venture capitalists and all that and getting the money down. I love, there's an article that interview with Tom Ford, when he, just recently, GQ, one of his last articles that was really kind of an in-depth interview, and he talks about how he's a commercial designer. It really stuck out to me. Kind of, the fact that the business side is really important. You're creating a product, and there's a lot of design and artistry around. But at the end of the day, Tom Ford's like, I'm looking at 5 pairs of shoes. I know that those are the ones that are going to sell, and that's a real talent. And a lot of it is trial and like I said, doing it a long time. So thinking about the money, all that. But for me, I was bootstrapped for 20 years. From 1999 until 2019, we were doing like $90 million in sales at that time, and we were bootstrapped. So what I'm saying is just don't think if if we haven't raised money, we're not gonna. No, you don't actually. You know what that means? It means by the time we start raising money, our first investor was Neiman Marcus. We looked really good and professional, and we attracted a really great strategic investor. And now we've raised quite a bit of money, and we're still the majority owners, because we developed a big business that was making money. And so when you do start taking money, you still keep more of the money. A lot of people raise money right out the gate, and at the end of the day, the business sells, and they get less than anybody else. The investors and all the private equity, and everybody gets more money, and they're left with the smallest piece. Yeah. So go as long as you can, bootstrapped. I would suggest that, honestly, and just really try to make a business out of it. When you run a bootstrap company, the other thing you run into is you can't run a non-profitable bootstrap company. If you're not making money, you have to shut the doors. And a lot of companies, they get so much private equity money that they're never profitable, and they never really get the discipline and figure out a model that can be profitable. So for us, that's kind of in our bones, and so it's very helpful. And honestly, the best way to prove yourself as a woman in business is you make a business that's growing and profitable, and people will listen to you. We have investors now. We have, like I said, Neiman Marcus and other private equity investors. We never feel bullied by them. We feel like they're partners. They sit around the table. Why? Because they're like, okay, we know a lot of people online selling stuff, and none of them are profitable, and you are, so keep doing what you're doing, And they're great partners to us. They're like, hey, can you introduce? You've got all the connections. They have no connections.
How do you promote your brand and your business and get it out?
I mean, I will say this is another weird thing for us. Until 1999, now we've got an amazing marketing department and a huge, fabulous team.
You're cute.
Yes, it's adorable, right? We had no marketing department until 1999, because it's a different world today. We were around before social media, and so every Instagram post was myself until that time. We didn't need to have as much, we didn't pay for Google ads or Facebook ads or anything, because there was nobody else selling a Chanel flap for less than retail online, and we were. So people would find us. The world is totally different today. And so marketing and finding people is a challenge. If you don't have a distribution model for yourself, if you don't have to sell a way to sell the product, it doesn't matter how good your thing is. If you don't have a way, like Tom Ford says, if you don't have a business case for that product, a way to get it out, it's not going to make any money. It's not. And today, it's not a business. So I think just running a tight business, thinking about the numbers, looking at the P&L, people will listen to you and respect you if you come forward with an idea that's actually working. They're going to want to put money in.
Yeah, we have One quick question? Yeah, we got 1 minute.
Oh, you're fabulous.
Sure.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This question is for you, Richie. You had started in this business years ago, and now you're back with Boom. Boom. Bam. Boom. What's going to be different, and why now? Why are you coming back for the resurgence?
Good question. I feel like, okay, when I started Heatherette, it's when the world, it was the beginning of, it was like 99, 2000, and I felt like fashion was at a lull, and it was kind of like, even though my friends and I were dressing up and having fun, but now I feel like the world needs love. Like it needs the hyper fun again. Like, especially these kids now, like, and when I say kids, I mean any age, like, you know, they don't even know what their pronouns are or whatever, you know. But I feel like I was in the park recently, like, it's like a courtyard on 50th Street, and this kid walked up to me, he was like 19, and he's like, I'm from Brazil, and like you, and he was with this cute girl, and they had great style, and he's like, I go to fashion school in Paris, and it's because of you and your friends, you inspired me. I'm like, how do you even know me? And he's like, television reruns, and I'm like, oh, work, but I just feel like the new generations are, they just need, like I said, fun and love, and when things are like boring, the only boring thing is a boardroom. Blech. Like, you have to, like, that's when you step it up and you make it something genuine, authentic, and just make it. It felt like the right time. Like it's like Cher said. Like, she took 8 years off to make another record, and then she felt like making a record. And it's like, I don't know, when the air feels right, it just is.
It's just right.
Butterflies in the breeze.
Yeah.
Boom.
All right, the air is right, guys. Check it out. Boom.
Whoa. Boom.
And if you need a bag, just right downstairs.
And if anybody wants to come to our show, it's on Saturday night at 10 p.m. So let us know. It's at Terminal 5.
Thank you guys so much. We
Thank you,
appreciate
everybody,
your
for
time.
coming.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica Binns. I'm a freelance journalist and former managing editor of Sourcing Journal. And thank you so much, Ketty, for sitting down with us today.
Thank you, Jessica. Well, I'm really glad to be with you. Thank you all for coming today. We are delighted to welcome the Worldwide Talks and Jordana, all his crew, for the second time. So my pleasure, and I'm very excited about these topics too.
Same. Well, let's get started because we're the only thing standing between everyone and lunch. So let's get into it. So for anyone who's not interested or not familiar with Lectra, can you give us a little bit of an intro to the company and your history in fashion?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm Ketty Pillet. I'm the VP Marketing here at Lectra in Americas. And Lectra is, I would say, the technology company behind the label. I'm sure all of you here, you're all wearing something that's been made on Lectra, whether it's on the software solution or even on the production solution. So we are really encompassing all the different departments and different processes, steps to build a garment, from the design to the production, from the collection to merchandising, e-commerce, marketing, and traceability as well.
That's quite a bit.
In a nutshell.
Yes, that's quite a bit. And so it's great that you talked about traceability because so you started the year with a pretty big acquisition. So can you tell us a little bit more about the company you acquired and how that fits into the long-term strategy?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we started the year with an acquisition, but in the past 6 years, we had 7 acquisitions.
So you've been busy.
Very, very busy, and all into the fashion industry, all helping really the industry with some software solutions. So the last acquisition was on November 9th is Launchmetrics. I don't know if some of you know, it's a SaaS company doing some software to help the marketing and communication teams to manage all the efficiency of the campaigns as well as measure the ROI. So really, that's right on point with what we'll talk about AI as well. So we are very excited to welcome Launch Metrics. It complements very nicely all the software suites that Lectra has already. Another acquisition that it complements is Reviews. We acquired a couple years ago who is doing some benchmarking. It's AI powered, so we'll talk about that. That's doing all the benchmarking to monitor all the different brands, the collections, the pricing, the assortments. So that really complemented nicely. We had Cubics as well, which was a great acquisition on the PLM side to manage the collection. And the last one, which is very important in that space, and traceability, CSR, it's Textile Genesis. So it was a year ago.
So everyone, please check out the Textile Genesis booth during the break. So I'm glad you touched on AI a little bit, because obviously that's what we're really here to talk about. So can you explain a little bit about how Lectra uses AI and which kind of processes it's really enhancing with artificial intelligence?
Yeah, AI is really the buzzword right now. It's true that, but AI has been around for a long time. So a lot of the solution already use AI without even knowing it. So AI has been around, I think it's since 2012, the first really AI generating models. But it's really been known like since 2023 when ChatGPT got, I think it's 1 million user in 5 days. Everybody would dream about that, huh?
That says a whole lot about the technology. Has everyone here used ChatGPT? Yeah, a lot of heads nodding.
I see a lot of heads nodding. So yes, when we and yes, it's been known very well AI with this application, but we have like the first generation AI, which allows to manage data, build dashboards, and the generative AI, which is like ChatGPT. To be able to create images for campaigns. Someone earlier talked about campaigns, so you can create some visuals, some copy, descriptions for the websites, completely automated with AI. So we are moving toward this. It's not always, I would say, perfect.
That's the trouble with the technology, right?
It is. It gets better as the people use it. That's the model of AI. But then you need the human to be able to guide, to use, and you need someone creative, someone able to analyze this data, to perfect it, and make a good use of it. And so Lectra has been integrating AI in all this solution, like, for example, Reviews. And Thomas is there if you want to get a demo after, so we will be able to show you. So Reviews is a benchmarking solution. How could a human, like me, myself, and my two hands, goes onto all the e-commerce websites from all the brands all around the world and see which garment is available in which size, which price, which discount, and make some dashboards every day on what's moving, what gets reassorted.
No one wants that job. No one.
Well, you couldn't, and no one wants these jobs. When we talk about the younger generations, which talked about, it's not fun.
It's all about fun, isn't it? Especially in fashion. It should be fun.
Yeah, so AI and these type of solutions really help alleviate the burden of this data searching analysis, and then the merchandiser can concentrate on doing what they do best, analyze the data to make some mindful decisions. What do the people want? They can see what gets reassorted, which colors, everything. So that's how you get the best use of AI. Sometimes I hear people say, oh yes, but AI, it's going to replace the jobs. Yeah, I don't think so. It's helping.
So you're not seeing that yet?
Up until now, no. Or, well, because some of the AI, it's not yet ready.
That's
and I don't think it will.
Okay. So you touched on some of the fun stuff with AI being ChatGPT and generative AI. Where does Lectra see that fitting into the company's software? Where do you think it can make the biggest impact?
Today or in the future?
In the future.
In the future. Well, at Lectra, we have a lot of excited teams working on the topics. We have a team at the Innovation Lab in Bordeaux, in France, and this is all that they are doing. They are taking the new technology, AI, testing it, integrating with the software, and get the best of it. We also have an R&D team. One thing is that Lectra is spending 10% of its revenue, so it's over 50 million a year in R&D. And today, no secrets, AI is one of the main topics.
That's a pretty big investment, right?
Yeah. So that's a really massive investment every year on R&D. And one of the things, for example, that's looked at if I continue on RedView, so I continue on the same examples, when you want to get the dashboards to see what the competition's doing, it's the AI giving you the library, the set of dashboards of data updating instantly. But imagine in the future you add some generative AI with voice recognition. You just see that, for example, you don't have in your collection a long black dress, and you say, who's doing the long black dress? And then just by speaking to the software, it will be able not only to pull up the data, but to scrape everything, build the dashboards for you, get you exactly what you need.
I think that's going to break down probably a lot of the barriers in the enterprise, because people want that human element when they're at work. They want software that makes sense to them, that's intuitive to them. And especially with Gen Z coming into the enterprise, do you see this generation with their expectations around technology, do you see them kind of leading the charge in terms of how companies are modernizing?
Yeah, no, the younger generation, for sure, they are looking for it. And I noted a word, it's human augmentation. And this generation, they are looking for that. They want to do their job, they want to give the creativity, they want to have fun, but then AI is going to help them to get this human augmentation, to get them a step ahead, being more creative, doing better their job without getting into the burden of the not so fun stuff. And AI can be, for the creative people, it's really a great addition. For someone who doesn't know how to design a garment or who doesn't know how to make a collection, it's not going to be very useful because you just don't know what you're doing. But for someone very creative who knows that, it's a huge help, and they are going to be even more successful into their job having this powerful tool with them. But you still need this human intervention guidance to the technology.
Totally. There's always going to be the need for people who actually have that knowledge and expertise that's been gained over years to bring that into the software and really make impactful solutions. So fashion has a reputation for being pretty slow to adopt technology. I'm sure it's no secret to anyone in the room. Why do you think that is, and do you see that changing?
That is true, and you can see some other industry, like automotive industry, which integrated technology very much more in advance for a few years. The fashion industry has been kind of reluctant. I could feel this is kind of changing. There is this willingness. One thing about fashion, it's not only garments, it's an art. So you have an art, it reflects the personality of the designers. You have a lot of components that you cannot automate or digitalize. So that's why I think it's more also difficult on the change management to get some automation, but it's getting there. Look at the 3D integrated, all the software now that the fashion companies are using for merchandising, for product development, collection management, like everybody got a PLM. So that's really changing, and technology become a must-have. It's true the adoption is slower, but it's coming. And one thing I think about AI we need to take in consideration is it's great. You can do like great visuals, campaigns, descriptions, but what's the business objectives? So it can be cool, do cool stuff, but it's important to link it to your challenges, how it's going to help with my inventories. That's a big challenge right now. That's how to get rid of the inventories, and not build more inventories. So how AI and technology is going to help me achieve these business objectives. And
yeah, that will make your CFO pretty happy, right?
Well, everybody, I think, on the leadership team will be very happy to get... The challenge now is to make collections. We used to have the spring collection, winter collection. It just doesn't exist anymore. It's more like ongoing trend, what the people want. It goes fast with social media.
With TikTok, micro trends, here today, gone tomorrow, right?
Exactly. And to go fast, you need to get the right information. You need to know what the people want, what the people don't want. You need to get the data as, like yesterday, to make the right decisions, to get the right collection on the market and quickly. And only technology can help do that. Whether It's to know what the people want with the right data, or it's to design the collection, to develop it, and to produce it.
And we've seen companies like Shein and Temu literally use data to become some of the biggest companies in the world right now. So definitely companies to watch.
Yeah, data is the gold today. It used to be petrol. A few years back,
Things
oil
are changing.
used to be gold. Now it's data, really. This is what's going to make a company successful or not, is really not only having the data, because I feel sometimes we have too many data, but it's how to use the data, the right data for the right purpose.
You can't get lost in your data, right?
Oh, yeah. Has any one of you get lost in an Excel file or lost in Excel versions? Yeah, I can see. I hear you. Me too. So, yes, too much data sometimes is not helpful, but that's where technology, AI will help make this analysis for you, get the right information on the collections, on the pricing, getting the right pricing. How to sell with the right margin so it sells. If you go too high, it doesn't sell. If you go too low, well, your CFO is not going to be happy.
It's a sweet spot.
Yeah. So what's the sweet spot? And that's where technology really is there to help for you.
Absolutely.
Without Excel.
Now, in recent years, we've seen kind of a growing focus on ESG and CSR. I imagine everyone knows these acronyms, but ESG is environmental, social, and governance, and CSR is corporate social responsibility. So we have regulations coming down the pike in the European Union. They tend to be the first movers, and what happens there will end up in the US eventually. So how does AI help companies kind of meet the new compliance requirements in a changing regulatory environment?
Yeah, no, sustainability is a topic. It's true that Europe, but they started with legislation too. So that's pushing the companies, getting some more traceability, being more sustainable, and it's coming in the US as well. So technology like textile genesis, it includes some AI, will allow to get the traceability of like a garment from the fabric, from the yarn, to the final garment. And fashion is really one of the most fragmented market. You can get your textile from one place and really the cotton in one place, then the textile, then it's going to be cut in another place, sewn in another. It's so many layers, and I don't even talk about accessories and labels and everything. It's just crazy, like the number of suppliers you can get to get a garment. So how to get a traceability of everything? How to make sure your garment has been made ethically, and also sustainable, is not dangerous. It's very complex. So technologies such as textile genesis allow to do just that, like to get the traceability from the very beginning of the cotton and to all kind of materials, whether it's recycled or not, because when it's recycled, you add a layer. Huh? Where does it come first? So that's this platform who are able to do that, used by all the different layers and manufacturers to get that. And without AI, really, it's a nightmare. You get lost in your Excel file once again.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We're in this culture where there's so much greenwashing going on, and then a reaction to greenwashing is green hushing, where brands are doing good stuff but not talking about it because they're worried about the consequences, the backlash. There actually is going to be a big greenwashing lawsuit coming out very shortly, so it's going to probably shake up the industry a little bit. But yeah, I think platforms like Textile Genesis are really making an impact in this area.
No, that's true. And greenwashing, we can see that every day. Huh? And these kind of platforms will help get the data, but we also get the credibility for the brand because they can just prove it. They can just get the facts that it's been done ethically, it's sustainable right from the beginning, not just green somewhere that someone claims it's green.
So we're still pretty early in the new year. Chinese New Year is right around the corner. But so what do you see as some of the kind of trends and themes that we should be looking out for the year ahead?
Technology-wise?
Technology in everything, because I think it's all sort of related.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think a lot is happening. One thing maybe you talked about greenwashing to beware of is AI washing. It's a new
We
term.
talked about that a lot at the NRF Big Show last month. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I think it's also be mindful of that because it's a buzzword. Yes, it's great, it's doing great thing, but sometimes you have some AI washing with something that are not really new or using AI and are promoted. So that's the first thing. But we've seen a lot happening really on the merchandising, marketing side. So that's where the technology is evolving very quickly to be able to manage the collections and put it on the market at the right price, avoid the inventories. So that's the right thing. Things like reviews and benchmarking solution, it really amazed me. It's the power you can get with these solutions, and we have more and more brands every day adopting this solution just because it's really helping them. So that's one. Another one, the big trend is we've been talking with PLM for years, I would say even decades, but you have a new way of using PLM because you need to have all the teams, all the departments to collaborate together from the product development with the CAD, whether you're in 2D to 3D, you need to have all your materials, your libraries. We want to offer more choices to our consumers. So that adds some complexities. And these systems now that integrate, I think the integration is what's happening and is new, and the ease of integrate with all the different solutions, that's something to look out for the coming months, and that's happening right now. We have more and more customers saying, yes, but we have a PLM, we manage our collections, but we need more than that. We need some mood boards to make our collections. We need to integrate with all our libraries. We need to integrate with this and this. So that's a game changer.
And that's key for companies that are growing. Doesn't matter how small you are, but if you're going to get to the next level, you can't have 19,000 different systems that aren't speaking to one another, right?
Absolutely. They need to talk to each other, and that's a must. The API, well, I don't want to be a technical IT, but that's a must now.
And once you kind of solve that problem, then you can do all the really fun, cool stuff with AI, right?
Exactly. So cool. AI do the not so cool job, while everybody can just focus on doing the cool job, and they can be more fun, and that's translate into the collections that put on the market, so everybody's happy.
Exactly. All right, so last question, since we're almost out of time here, and everyone I'm sure is eager to get to lunch. What do you think that companies in fashion should be prioritizing right now? We obviously touched on a number of different things, but what's the one thing that you would tell companies to really focus on?
It's a great question. It depends on who you talk to. If you talk to the CFO, it will be inventories. If you talk more to the merchandising departments, marketing, it will be to be able to make the right decisions on which collections to put on the market so it can be sold. So anticipate what needs to be done. For example, the cargo trend. Some people did anticipate it, some people did not, but that's a trend. So being able to anticipate, and that's obviously with the data, it's easier to anticipate. So that's a big thing, but getting rid of inventories, getting the right price to get the right margin, develop the right collection, I think that's the three. And if I can add a fourth with the CSR, to be able to get the traceability, because it's already there, it's coming, so be able to get that data to get the full, I would say, process traceability from the design right through the final garment.
Great. I think that's a great way to end it. And with Gen Z really caring about sustainability, traceability is going to become a must-have and not just a nice-to-have. Well, thank you so much, Ketty, for a great talk. Please, my audience, thank her for joining us. Thank you.
Fashinnovation is a global platform that connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems.
When we got the news that we were going to be ringing the opening bell at NASDAQ, it was overwhelming and at the same time exciting.
It's a recognition for our work.
Please direct your attention toward the video wall for a brief introduction to some of the innovative companies who call NASDAQ home.
Since its founding, Fashinnovation has hosted over 650 of fashion's leading innovators to audiences representing 180 countries.
Fashinnovation is community. It's impossible to innovate alone. People are
key. It's just as easy as we say to dream small as it is to dream big, and so dream big.
Fashinnovation, a platform connecting fashion and entrepreneurs.
It's my great pleasure to be here today. I'm an enormous fan of Mara's, and to be asked to be able to talk to her with you is very important, and I'm thrilled to do it. With Mara is the other enormously important person that works with her and has worked with her for very many years. It is is it Dana or Dana? Dana Davis. So I'm just going to lead off with the piece that the New York Times did on Mara in October 2023. And it's a very kind of comprehensive piece. It discusses a lot of what Mara feels and accomplishes and has accomplished already. There is a kind of wonderful storytelling episode within it, which is about the dress that changed everything. And there's a lot that is involved with that, so I'm going to let Mara sort of spin it out for you. Mara.
Great, thank you. It's so nice to be here. It's nice to see everyone. And it's really outstanding to have Dana sitting next to me because I like to say that she's like the drummer of the band. I'm usually like the front man singing, but the work that we have done and that we have become so known for would not have happened without this collaboration. And just to give you a little brief history of that, it's about 10 years ago when I went over to Dana's house, and she was on maternity leave, and she just had her second son, or her second child. And this was my kind of, oh my God, change or die breaking moment. And I went and I sat on her couch and I just started crying and said, we can't do this anymore. I can't do it. It's done. My son was 3, and kind of the buildup and the pressure and the knowingness and the awareness of what was happening in the industry that I had given really my entire adult life to, still have. The disconnect was too great of a burden. And so I said to Dana, do we close the business? And she, Capricorn, I always have to say, she looked at me and she said, we're not closing the business. And it was that moment, and from that day, that we began what has now been a 10-year journey of figuring it out and finding the next thing upon the next thing to build on. And if anyone, thinks that you actually ever get there with sustainability, the plot twist is that you don't. And that it is a continual, some aspect struggle, and some, in many ways, there are these little rewards and these moments that feel like you are in the right fight, or that you have applied your energy in the right direction. And so this piece that we're talking about, the dress that changes everything, is, I think, one of those beautiful moments where you say, okay, Like there's a shot at something. There is a perseverance in here. There is sometimes I get lost in the word of hope because I think sometimes, I don't know, it can keep you stuck somewhere, hope, right? That you should have left a long time ago because you just keep hoping it's going to change or get better. But then this is different. This is, what's the word for it? This is potential, like the light of potential. So this dress, and why it was named the dress that changes everything, is because it marks what the potential can be in our industry. And we are relatively a very small little operation here. Comparatively to the majority of the brands that you see in the world, and especially the ones within sustainability, we're a little guy, like the little engine that could constantly. So when we do these kind of pilot programs and we put out these collaborations or these launches, they're really, I see them like the spark of a match, like just the tip. Like, look what we can do. And then with the potential of that becoming a wildfire. And I'm going to let Dana give you this, like, a little bit of a breakdown of why this dress is called that and what that collaboration was and remains.
I think I want to thank you, forgive me, for that, because I think that everyone is very interested. I speak for myself, and I'm sure for all of you, in the first steps. The first steps are always the things that are, you have to overcome inertia, number one, and you have to have hope, number two, and you have to have confidence to take a first step that you understand and that you can apply to your life and to your endeavor. So with that.
Yeah, and I think it's about really willing to take a risk. That's about the base of a lot of this work, because there's not one right answer in this work. So you really have to experiment, and in order to experiment, be willing to take a risk. The way that we've kind of always approached where we're going to focus our time and our resources and our budget is around solutions to problems that we as a brand have. Not necessarily the problems of the industry at large, but what are the direct things that we could be doing to shift kind of the way we're operating. And materials, as we all know, in this industry is where the biggest impacts happen. And so when we looked at our materials, we continuously kind of roadmapped, okay, what was the alternative at this moment, and then what was kind of the long-term roadmap to get to even better materials. And we transitioned. Originally, the brand was 100% silk. Silk became too expensive. We transitioned into polyester. Mara personally never wore the polyester. We didn't relate to the polyester. And then when these conversations started, it was like, well, we can't use polyester. What's next for us as a brand? And we started to dive into understanding that there was other materials like man-made cellulosic fibers. And I'll do my best not to get too in the weeds and stay very high level, but fibers that are created out of tree pulp. And that felt like a very good alternative to us. And then as we're navigating that path of the challenges that come with trees and deforestation, we're starting to think, what are the alternatives outside of those man-made cellulosic fibers? And so in 2017 or 18, I was at a conference very similar to one like this, innovators there talking about the work that they're doing, and that was when we met Cirque. So Cirque is a fiber technology company who, previous to their work that they're now doing in the fashion space, was working with tobacco. And what they were doing was they were taking tobacco and turning it into biofuel in a hydrothermal process, so a very kind of clean technology. And someone once said to them, do you think that that technology could be applied to textiles? And they gave it a try, and the outcome was, and not just 100% cotton textiles, blended textiles. So I'm sure the majority of you in the room are wearing something that's cotton polyester blended or a blended fiber. And they were successful. And so that was kind of the first steps into, they started in a lab and they've scaled. And in 2022, we were able to actually bring that fiber to market. And why we see that dress as the dress that changes everything is because when you think about the amount of textiles that exist in the world, though, and the amount of clothing that end up in landfills, now here's a true alternative that exists to take those and turn them into new fibers. And that was for us.
But there's an important aspect to that, isn't it? Because those new fibers don't end there. That was one of the things that I felt was very important, that when the endeavor of separating polyester from cotton and then being able to reuse it still has a break point. It still is not circular. So your Circ is producing something that is circular. Is that right?
That is correct. So the idea is, and we even worked through the process, so the key here is collaboration, not only with the innovator, but also with your supply chain partners. So what we were doing through the process is we were taking the scrap materials and they were putting it through the system to ensure that they were truly circular. And if there was challenges, and there were challenges through that process, chemical residue, dye residue, what kind of needs to be switched in order for this process to work. And so we're learning through that system together, being able to provide them the pipeline of feedback from the supply chain, and that's where the true collaboration comes in to create truly circular products. Yeah.
That's a huge challenge, and kudos. So Mara and I had the lovely experience of Zooming a week ago, and it went on. We thought we were going to have like a 10-minute chat to just prepare ourselves for this talk. It went on for about an hour. A couple of tears were shed. I cry very easily. But there is a spiritual and emotional part of this that we all relate to, I know. And I think that for me, one of the most challenging parts of this is to be able to really incorporate it into your essential living. That's hard, you know. I mean, I'm sure that we all compost, by the way, I have a good tip for everybody in terms of trees. There's a fabulous company called Cloud Paper that produces tissue paper, toilet paper, and paper towels all out of, bamboo, forgive me. So they save a lot of trees, and it's a fabulous company. Take a look at it. It's called Cloud Paper. Anyhow, I digress. Mara, when you made a comment, which of course I related to, which was that everything changed when you had your son. And I think that is, I am one of the original hippies. I was there for Earth Day in 1970. I'm a hippie from the 60s, so I've been involved in this for many, many years. But I have to say that when I had my children, there was, again, another emphasis, because you are handing your experience and your knowledge to the next generation, which is critical. Everything depends on the next generation. So with that, Mara, there's a spiritual component that is very important for us all to be able to embrace also.
I think when I really get to the core of understanding this work that goes beyond the power and the importance of making something beautiful and also transformational, and not to take away from that, because I think everyone in this room can agree in the incredible alchemy and power of a beautiful piece of clothing, and how transformational that is when you put it on your body and something shifts, right? An emotion, a feeling shifts, an up-leveling. And when you're operating from an uplifted space, you tend to create those uplifted experiences around you. So there's very much in my mind this idea, and I think in a lot of minds, that it kind of works like a pyramid. Like, you have to start with your first being, right? You have to start with how well you are, and actually tend to that in a meaningful way, and not in right, there is so much cringeworthy conversation. We're flooded with well-being and what it means to love ourselves and take care of ourselves. It's almost an impossible thing to actually get to the root, the truth of it for yourself. But it begins there, and what you're carrying out is what you're creating around you. So when I think about that and what's been so transformational for me, has been this very direct, intimate connectedness with nature, actually. We think about these materials, I'm in head to toe hemp. We think about the fibers that we lean on so deeply within the brand. And I think that there's become this immense separation of how we we relate to it. There's an intellectualizing. I know that I can speak for myself, that it's not until almost very recently, within my 40s, I'm going to be 47 in 2 months, but it took me deep into my 40s to actually shift the relationship from, of course I love nature. I love nature, sustainability, sustainable clothing, all of these things, to this shift into actually kind of reforming a very basic, intimate relationship with a tree. And I know, that can sound very simplified, but I think that there's this pathway right now that we're all kind of bypassing, and that we're just sort of like looking to get to these solves and these like bigger external solutions, where something as simple as like returning back to a one-on-one dynamic and relationship. And when I think about my son now being 12, and kind of where I think, how am I going to escape the parenting fail of like my kid on an iPad and like his relationship to video games? Like, I'm in that. Like, I am not, I sometimes wish that I had the patience or the way to redirect some of that, but what you're speaking to is this idea of modeling and like role modeling of what it means. And it starts with this on a very personal level of what happens when you reconnect back in. And my whole life, and I'll just say this for whatever it means, my whole life, my whole world changed when I just upped that level a little bit. Every decision now, it feels like it's in collaboration with nature in a different way than I could have imagined it before, and it goes beyond a material choice. So that was a lot.
Well, no, it was.
Try and get something from that. I don't know.
There's a lot that we can get from that, but in the conversation that we had on the telephone, on the Zoom, we had a bit of that. And I said, yeah, but wait, Mara, because the problem is that first step. Once again, it's the first step. What do you advise all of us, all the proletarian to do that is a first step on the journey? It's a word that I hate, but it's perfectly applicable here. And your answer was, do you remember what your answer was?
Remind me.
Your answer was, go to the soil.
Go to the soil, that's it. Go to the soil. That's it. And and I get it, with recognizing the immense privilege it is to have proximity to nature. Like, that's not lost on this. I understand that, it is a privilege to be able to hang out with a tree, take a walk in a park, be close to somewhere that isn't, just loaded with buildings or concrete. But if that is available, and if that is something that you can get to, the importance, it couldn't be stressed enough at this moment, particularly when we're experiencing such a pressurized planet on so many ways, that it seems like, oh, who cares? But there's something that shifts, and it's happening on the singular level, which then unfolds itself into the collective. And that's the space that I feel like I'm spending the most of my thought and my energy in right now.
What you did, you added to that, you said that people don't realize that nature is in collaboration with you. Absolutely. And that's a very important thing to keep in mind also. I mean, all of these things sound a little esoteric, but they are so within reach. And one of the things that, it's a very simple kind of meditation, is just to think of the power of a seed. I mean, you have this teensy little thing, and it goes into the earth, and it produces a vast array of remarkable things that are put into use every day by each person on this planet. And I think that, now I've totally lost my train of thought, but if you just stop to think about that, it is so awesome. And then if you start to realize that nature wants to collaborate with us, I mean, we are destroying it, obviously, but it's kind. It really does want to collaborate with us. And I think that's where somebody like Dana is so important, because it is overwhelming. And we have gone so far into the process of really being destructive and really producing materials that are, destructive, really destructive. So Dana is actually taking us back. And I think the process of taking you back is challenging and, awesome. That's all I can say. It
And
really
I think,
is.
Yeah, and I think what's so nice is when you have someone like Mara who kind of leads the charge and has this very dynamic perspective and can see the way that the world is working together, and then bring that down to a granular level on what are we doing within the company and how do we shift that. And so having a leader saying that to you and then you being like, okay, well, we can figure it out, because if you're feeling this, if she has these feelings, I know that everybody around me has those feelings, and then I feel like it's now my job to figure out what's the roadmap to get us there. So
we need your brain. I don't have your brain, but I do what I can. But I do think that if I were to have a rebirth, it would be you, because I think that it is so important for the science to be available, which, Mara, is something that you do. Your website shares all of the innovation that the two of you have come up with. And that's another element of the sharing factor that everybody has to get with it. I mean, it's just, well, don't get me started, I get very emotional. But I just think that partnerships are vital, and this is a partnership that is extremely vital. And I just have to say that, Mara, you look really fabulous. I want your shirt. It's yours. And, I wear all white denim, so I need you to work on that for me, okay?
I changed out of white denim today. And so
okay. And I don't know how much time. We have another couple of, about 10 minutes. I mean, you did, well, first of all, what is the one thing that you would like to leave us with right now? Is it that I can get that beautiful jacket? Because that's important to me.
I think that I can, part of our conversation, also our preliminary conversation was this idea around how we spend money. And so we kind of went into this place, well, it's like, where you spend your money, it's the vote, it's the thing, right? So, and why it would be important to buy from a brand like ours. And when I sit with that, the conversation really led into, like, we're gonna, get out of this by not buying from, by slowing it down and coming in and understanding that we're kind of not buying our way out of this. We almost have to do the opposite of it. And it's an interesting thing to say from a brand that survives or has survived from people buying it. And I have really been honored by the position of being an alternative. It's been a really beautiful position to have, to be able to say, okay, there's nothing perfected about this, because by the mere idea that I'm manufacturing anything new, it's an imperfect system, right? And that in all of our best efforts towards circularity, this is still, an imperfect system where we haven't made the entirety of it circular. But still, it's been a beautiful job to have, to say, well, there's something better, but it's still a position of saying, you need more. You need what I have, you need what this is. And I think that it really comes back, I talk about the tree stuff, and I get it can sound like, what is she even going on about? But it's just it's a pathway back to actually being with yourself, and stepping out of the desire machine for longing for this other thing to make us feel better all of the time. And I love fashion. It's just such a gorgeous expression. But the other side of it is that it continues to ask you to long for something that is separate from what you came here with and what you have, and the beauty of it and the perfection of that. And I think right now, when I really think into the role that I want to play, this next iteration or version or whoever I become, it's really rooted in supporting people and helping them to know their completeness outside of buying anything that I could ever make for you. So I guess that would be it somehow.
What you've done is you've opened up another can of worms for me. I mean, first of all, the fact of the matter is that every purchase you make is a vote, and the marketplace doesn't exist without your vote, without the items that you decide to purchase. The other conflict that I've had for quite a few years working with Vogue magazine is that The magazines exist to provoke spending. And this is a very large topic, but the point is that you need to, when Mara says you have to go back to yourself and how you feel and how you acknowledge the power of what you put on and what it makes you feel like, that's the thing that you need to hold on to when you buy something. I mean, when you buy a trend and you think that it will change who you are as a person delivering information to other people. I mean, what you put on tells people who you are and what you believe and what you think. And the fact that you can lose track by feeling that if you put it on, it'll do something for you that you don't have. You already have it. You have yourself. You have what feels good for you to put on and for what really, truly represents who you are. And I think that that's that's a fashion conflict for me because, fashion is an enormously creative field and it should stay that way because the arts really can, quell all evil somewhere out there. They can, the arts can. And I think that, I think all of you understand what it means to put on a piece of clothing and to acknowledge the feeling that it gives you and how long that feeling lasts. Oh, we have 5 minutes. Okay. So, I don't know. I think that, actually, what I'd like to do is I'd love for you to ask questions if anybody has a question, because it's very provocative what we've been discussing. And, we're talking about very personal, what's the right word? Very personal relationships, thank you so much. Very personal relationships to fashion and to clothes. So with that, I'd love to hear. Oh, yes? Oh, here we go. We have a.
We were talking a lot earlier about just like trends, right? And talking about how we can predict those trends maybe in the future. And I think sustainability is such an interesting topic when it comes to trends and what's happening and how Gen Z is shopping and all these different things. And so my question would just be, for a brand that right now maybe doesn't have a sustainable channel, but they want to build something out, but also make sure it's profitable, I guess what would you say to a brand like that in terms of just starting out, looking at it from like all the way up here instead of, the fabrics and kind of more the granular stuff you're talking about?
The newcomers. What do we say to the newcomers?
Yeah, I think for us, and I think it's still extremely relevant today, is start out with some of the low-hanging fruits. What are the things, how can you kind of think a little bit differently outside of what some of the traditional methods, whether it's something as small as your packaging, which is a very small impact in the industry, but it still really gets you thinking of what are the other alternatives that exist. Have conversations with your supply chain partners is one of the biggest things to understand how their business operates. How are they, what are the brands that they're working with? How do they see themselves in years to come kind of moving forward with the trend of sustainability? And then I think the materials part is extremely important. Yes, of course, there is a premium to purchasing sustainable material, but there's still a way to approach that to kind of look at, okay, if I maybe have a very small material portfolio, then maybe I can get the cost down because I'm buying a larger quantity of that material. There's a lot of kind of approaches that maybe people aren't yelling out, this is what we're doing because we're sustainable, but they're actually truly sustainable models. And communicating with your customers is a really big one. I mean, one of the first messages that we put out to our customers was wear more and wash less, right? And just the idea of that alone, as citizens, we believe that you have to wash everything after one wear, and that's not the reality. And so it's just a little bit of how are you engaging with your customer, but also how are you engaging with your internal staff? Right? We had these really amazing action plan meetings in the beginning. Are we recycling in the office? Are we composting in the office? Are we turning off our lights and unplugging devices? The little things that add up.
Pass the mic.
I have a question.
Hi, my name is Angela. I think the conversation should go towards the masses, because I see here we are working class to up, but we know that the aspirational we were talking earlier and the reach of AI and everything goes towards fast fashion, and that fake aspirational of masses needs to acquire $5 fast fashion. So how we reach that, which is ultimate, which caused the most large trouble of unsustainable fashion.
I think the comment about the next generation and the youth, and in order for us, it's education. And when you look at even our local institutions here in New York, now sustainability is part of the curriculum. So they need the education to understand the impacts of purchasing that $5 t-shirt. Who along the supply chain is being affected by that? How do they feel comfortable buying a $5 t-shirt but a $10 coffee? So I think the education piece is what's really most important there. And the legislation. And the policy side. So there's a lot of policy that's in play right now on a global scale. And so how do you participate in those, but then understanding that there will be regulations and that will shift the way that consumers can consume.
A little tiny PS here. There is something, Mara and I talked about this a little bit. There's a documentary that was produced in 2015, I believe, called The True Cost. And it's a very comprehensive piece of information. I think we should all go to the schools that our kids go to and insist that that documentary is played to the entire school. I mean, it's like, it's an easy way to promote this awareness in the next generation. It's easy, it's entertaining in a horrible way, but if we as parents and as people just encouraged the information to get out there more, that is a step one.
Good evening or good afternoon. My question is, as sustainability is growing and people are, embracing it, how do you see it not becoming just a trend, but something that can be sustainable in people's lives? How can we make that not fall into the trend and then it goes away?
Well, you're talking about greenwashing, right? Because that's one of the big, buzzwords here. I mean, I'm going to turn it back to Mara. I think that the way that it does not, simply, stay as a trend is from us. It's from us really taking the personal aspect of it. And, if something is a trend that you don't believe in, then you don't go for it. You go for what you believe in. And it sounds a little highfalutin, but it is so base. It is absolutely the foundation of everything that we do in life.
I think we're not going to avoid it becoming a trend. Everything is going to go through that cycle, but the unfortunate, heartbreaking reality is that each of us are going to continue to watch tremendous climate events unfold and closer to our own backyards. And so I think it's going to be about people waking up and connecting the dots to how their existence is in contribution to that. And, it's been something that I think has been easier to digest. I mean, that's a horrible thing to say because it's felt further away. But in this generation, very rapidly now, we are having to come to a deep reckoning of this actually affecting the people that we love and know and the next generation. And hopefully with that, there is a next level of responsibility that creeps in, even into the subconscious, that we are not separate from it, that it is all a reflection of us. So everything that, we're engaging with will be under under review. And again, back to the legislation, back to the things that will hold us in accountability for transformation, is going to combat something like a trend, that it won't be this something that you get to opt in or opt out of for the marketing appeal of it, that it actually is demanded. It's like, you know, your cost into the game is that you abide by the rules of it now.
I think that that's the end for us. It has been a real pleasure to be with everyone. And it's been a super duper pleasure to be with you and to be with Dana. Thank you very, very much.
You're
Thank
wonderful.
you.
To those of you that I've seen already today, and if you're just recently joining us, I'm Jennifer Ortakales Dawkins, a retail and fashion reporter, and I am joined by Nihar Kulkarni. He is a managing director and partner at Roswell Studios, a full-service e-commerce agency. Roswell Studios has helped build hundreds of e-commerce businesses by creating unique, personalized digital ecosystems. Roswell is a Shopify Plus partner, a Recharge Premier partner, and a Klaviyo Platinum partner. And so, Nihar, I'd love for you to add a little bit more about your background and how you came into this company.
Sure. Everybody can hear me okay? Nice to meet you all. I first want to thank you, Jennifer, for hosting today, as well as the team over at Fashinnovation, Jordana and Marcelo. Thank you very much for putting on an incredible event, learning from a lot of the speakers today, and I'm excited to be here. So my background, I actually came from the music business. I worked in music for about 13 years, and I worked at labels ranging from Bad Boy to Universal, Republic, and I also worked in radio promotion. Who here listens to the radio anymore? Exactly. And I saw myself at the intersection of two dying industries. Who's buying music like they used to? Nobody. And who's listening to the radio? And so I saw myself about 10 years ago now at the intersection of two dying industries, and I didn't want to be a dinosaur. So I wanted to make the move into tech in some way, shape, or form. But I realized quickly that when I was applying for positions over at Spotify, at Google Play, I wasn't getting a single interview or even a callback. And I thought to myself, what's going on? And then it happened to be that my future business partner, who was my best friend since I was 8 years old, he had his own small development shop called Roswell Studios. It was just him and 3 developers in a room that looked and smelled like a dorm room, tiny, tiny little operation. And I was the best man at his wedding, and his wife's bridesmaid was a recruiter over at Spotify. And so I reached out to her, and she said, Nihar, you have a great resume if you want to work in music, but what you have to realize, these aren't music companies. Spotify is a tech company that just happens to have music as a product that the customer is consuming. So I said to myself, well, shoot, I might be screwed. What am I going to do here? She said, don't worry about it. Why don't you go talk to Hugh and see if he'll give you an opportunity to work with him, and then 6 months later come back and you can apply and see what you'll have tech experience in your resume. I said, great idea. All right, perfect. And him being my best friend, he put me on, and after about 6 months of being there, realized, hey, this could actually be something. And I spoke to my business partner, and I said, we could be 1 out of 1,000 dev shops, or we could specialize in e-commerce and really spread our wings to this new burgeoning industry that is focusing on harnessing tech, harnessing growth marketing, harnessing creative to really speak to their customers on an intimate level, and thus spawn what we had created at Roswell, became Roswell NYC, and now we're one of the elite e-commerce agencies focused mostly on Shopify Plus.
Amazing, thank you. So the title of this talk is Fashion is Never Finished, and I want to kind of start there with why, Nihar, you actually came up with this title. So you were inspired by the 2010 movie The Social Network, and there's a scene when Jesse Eisenberg, who plays Mark Zuckerberg, is telling Andrew Garfield, who plays his co-founder, that fashion is never finished, just like their product, it's never finished. There are always going to be new iterations. And so how did this scene resonate with you, and how does it connect to e-commerce?
Sure, absolutely. Before I get to that, I'd like to take full credit for the topic, but my wife actually came up with it. We were on a flight from Heathrow to JFK, and I was sitting there trying to think of an interesting conversational topic that related to e-commerce and related to Roswell and related to fashion and Fashinnovation. And I was sitting there tapping my foot, fashion is. And my wife just interjected and was like, fashion is never finished, just like your work. And I knew it was a jab because she thinks I work too much, and I probably do. But for a second, I was like, that's genius, because if you're passionate about what you do, whether it's fashion, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's your own brand, whatever the case may be, it's never finished. You're constantly looking to evolve, just like fashion is an evolution of the human spirit. It is a reflection of the times. Same thing with any of your brands out here, and especially with e-commerce. E-commerce is a reflection of the best practices, how consumers are reacting with your site, how they're interacting with social media and finding your product and your brand. And for me, that really hit me because, you know, my job is never finished. We work with brands, and our motto is that we're in the business of building businesses. We know there's never any end. And so what I wanted to do was come here today to talk to you, Jennifer, and the rest of the team and audience here about, yes, fashion is never finished, just like e-commerce is, and in fact, we're just getting started.
And one of the things I love most about the scene is Andrew Garfield's character responds, you know, to Zuckerberg saying, yeah, so it's never finished, but they still manage a way to sell pants. So I think that, you know, we can acknowledge the innovation where e-commerce is going, but there's also a present need for the business application and to be profitable. For most companies, that means they need an online presence. So Nihar, what should every fashion brand consider when choosing an e-commerce platform?
That's a great question, Jennifer, and it's very important. As a Shopify Plus agency, I mean, of course I'm going to be biased towards Shopify, but with good reason. I mean, the three things you should look at when you're thinking about what platform to choose is time to value, cost of ownership, and scalability. And I'll go through those individually. Time to value. If it takes you 9 months to develop something, and everybody understands that time is money here, when you actually go to market with that feature, is it relevant still? How much did it cost you to get there, and how much money did you lose in the 9 months trying to create it, and what could you have done with that time? Shopify has reduced time to value in terms of being able to advance the user experience online tremendously. Cost of ownership. How much are you spending on your servers? How much are you spending on applications? How much are you spending on basic support and maintenance? All of that is minimized with Shopify. You pay one license, you have your hosting taken care of, and with Shopify you tend to focus more on enhancements rather than support and maintenance because their entire environment is set up for development agencies and growth agencies and creative agencies to be able to scale quickly, which brings me to my final point, scale. Very important. When you look at a platform, how easy is it to implement subscriptions? And then, you know, with Shopify, for example, subscriptions is now out of the box. If you want a more advanced version of subscriptions, you can easily integrate recharge and do a lot more robust activity and user experiences there. Same thing with, you know, with bundling, with segmentation, with personalization. You could do that out of the box with Shopify, or you can upgrade to a Crossing Minds or a Nost or a dynamic yield to be able to take it to the next level. So it's really important when you think of those three factors, time to value, cost of ownership, and scalability when you're making a choice in your e-commerce platform. Salesforce, Magento, you know, BigCommerce, they're great, but Shopify really has the crown when it comes to time to value, cost of ownership, and of course, scalability.
Amazing. And so it can be tempting for a lot of brands and companies to just kind of think of e-commerce as a set it and forget it, right?
Of course.
But you say that it's actually just like brick and mortar. How so?
Absolutely. I mean, if you have 7 brick and mortar stores and a website, that's not the right way to look at it. You have 8 stores. That's what you have to think about. Your website, your store, is another you know, intangible brick and mortar location. You're applying the same 4 P's of marketing to your store. You know, product, price, placement, and promotion. That's it. And so the same way you're looking at your store, you're optimizing the user experience inside, merchandising, trying to create as much or average order value. you're investing and optimizing in that brick and mortar store. You should be doing the same with your online store. I mean, earlier Raissa was here with Irina, and they were talking about how Revolve just has one pop-up store in Aspen. I mean, they've figured out a way to create that online experience, be that massive collection of products that you come and you're buying there just like you would in a physical store. So you have to recreate that physical experience online, but it's even more important because if you go to a brick and mortar location in Soho, Fifth Avenue, any shopping district or retail collection in America or all over the world for that matter, you go into the store, you're committed. Because you can't just, if you don't like what you see, you're going to go look at a few other things. You're going to continue to browse and shop. In the online experience, it's one click away. If you don't see what you like, you're gone immediately. And, you might lose them to Amazon. I'm not saying a lot of fashion brands lose to Amazon, but Amazon is the world's largest vending machine. You can get whatever you want at a better price with the variety, with the deliverability better than anybody. So you have to consider that. Over 50% of product searches start on Amazon alone. So you have to look at your online store as an evolving being, just like fashion is evolving. It's a reflection of the time. So is your online store. If you're not looking at it in that fashion, and you're looking at it just as a sales channel, then you're not taking it seriously. You wouldn't treat any one of your brick and mortar stores that way, so why would you treat your online store that way?
Yeah. And so kind of to flip that around, there are still ways that an e-commerce website is different from the IRL experience.
Of course.
So why should retailers be tracking bounce and conversion? Can you explain that to us?
Yes, very important. So bounce rate, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who do, just tune out for about 30 seconds. But bounce rate is basically when someone comes to your site and immediately leaves. That's not a good thing. And in GA4, they have the inverse of that, which is called engagement rate. How engaged are your customers in your site? Conversion rate is the number of sessions that you convert into a sale. Those are two very important KPIs. Bounce rate right now is critical to look at because there's a term in e-commerce now. Milliseconds makes millions. And the reason that works is essentially that a couple of stats that I'll throw out to you that I had memorized and thought of and that I talked to a lot of our merchants about. For every 2 seconds delay in load time, that increases bounce by 103%. So imagine your store your physical brick and mortar store has a crappy user experience or is just not what they expected. They take one step in and they're gone. You don't want that. You want to decrease bounce as much as you can. If your page takes more than 3 seconds to load on mobile, 53% of them will immediately leave. And then the final stat on bounce, which is astounding, is that if a customer comes to your site and they don't have a good user experience, they think the site takes too long to load and there's performance issues, 79% of them will leave and never come back. And that's not what you want, especially if you're spending all that money in terms of top of funnel advertising on Google, on Meta, on TikTok, on Pinterest. You're spending all that money and you're not even giving them a chance to stay. It doesn't make any sense. And then conversion rate, the other stat that I had thought about that would be relevant today is that for every second delay in page load time, conversion can be reduced by 20%. And then finally, 64% of customers that were surveyed basically said that if they didn't like the user experience or they thought it was too slow, immediately went and bought at a competitor or another location. So it's very important that those two factors are looked at and optimized, and because if you're not doing it, again, you're not caring for it the same way you would a brick and mortar store.
Right, exactly. And I think that's so important, that piece in conversion and bounce, because when you think about when you shop, in store, you've already made the trip to go to that store, right? Yeah. You're in there, and maybe it takes a couple minutes for an associate to come help you or something, but you're a little more patient and willing to kind of wait it out to get that experience you're looking for. Whereas we all know online, the second you lose a customer, the second you're kind of waiting there for the page to load, that's a moment when you're like, well, maybe there's somewhere else I can go. And so I love that you point that out.
It's easy.
Right, exactly. It's so easy, just click right out. So those are really important points. So if you were to list 5 essential e-commerce tools that every company should be investing in right now, what would they be?
It's a good question there. I think everybody's talking about AI. They had a couple panels earlier that were fantastic. I think Mel was talking about spatial computing and XR and whatnot, all that is on the forefront. Should really be looking at how generative AI and predictive AI is going to impact your business. That's important. Personalization. If you have a site, you can implement technology that if a customer's logged in, you'll know what gender they are, you know what their preferences are, and much, much more. Personalize the site after they've logged in. If it's somebody that's interested in female apparel and you're just showing men's apparel on the homepage, it's not relevant. You need to understand who your customer is and personalize, not just on site, but in email, in your social media communications. Touch points are so critical to understand, and it's easy now with AI tools and with personalization tools to understand who your customer is. Internationalization. 65% of the sub-Saharan African continent is below the age of 25. That is a huge market that people are completely overlooking that will be relevant in the near future. And moving on from there, understanding B2B. B2B can be done just as easy now on Shopify Plus as D2C. B2B is huge. Omni-channel, above the funnel elements. And then finally, retention marketing and headless commerce or composable commerce. Those right there, I think, would be things that everybody should be thinking about.
Amazing. And so we don't have time to talk about all of those things, but I do want to kind of point out a couple and go into more detail about those. So let's start. You mentioned headless commerce,
Yes.
and that kind of sounds like this big word, not really sure what that means. What does that mean?
So headless commerce has been around for quite some time, and I'll get into the evolution of it in a second, but the concept came from where you would have a monolithic setup for your D2C site. You'd have another setup for a private mobile app. You'd have another setup for any sort of touch point where a customer would come to you. It was a different environment. Headless commerce is the concept of you have one back end and multiple front ends. So that's why they call it many heads or headless, not one individual head. So how does that apply to e-commerce? Well, for a very long time, headless commerce was incredibly expensive because you were choosing all the different pieces and you were essentially putting an entire e-commerce environment together on your own, which is very challenging and very costly. I liken it to buying a CD player in the 80s. I mean, it was like $5,000 and you had the latest tech, but there were hardly any CDs out there, and you could show everybody how awesome your tech was, but it wasn't widely available or widely usable. Fast forward to the 90s, you can get a Discman on the street for $90, and that's kind of where headless commerce is going right now. Headless commerce is slowly becoming the norm and not the exception, because it's basically going back to the way the internet first was. The internet first started where they assembled everything that you needed on a site on the server and then shot that to the front end. So imagine you open up a puzzle box and the puzzle's already put together. Not a lot of fun, but you can see exactly what you need in terms of the puzzle. Whereas nowadays, you have, to make it easier because of so many internet connections, they would actually assemble a site on your Chrome or Safari browser. But now it's coming back because the internet is so much faster. The concept is that because milliseconds make millions, is to assemble the site on the server side and shoot it to the front end, so it's almost like having a mobile app experience. It's super, super, super fast. Because conversely, every second of load time that you can decrease, you can increase conversion by 2%, and that adds up. So if you decrease your page load time by 7 seconds, that's 1.02 to the 7th power. You multiply that by your current conversion rate. Net, all things being equal, that's what you could do with composable commerce or headless commerce. So boiling it down, headless commerce is the future, but the future is now, again, with an evolution. And creating and understanding what headless commerce is and when it could be very applicable to you is going to be critical, because you can have multiple front ends for Canada, for the US, for Europe, and one back end. Saves a lot of time with admin and operations. And understanding that is really critical. And I could talk an hour about headless commerce, but I just wanted to give you the overview.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you. All right, so now let's talk about retention marketing. What is that, and why is it important for retailers to use?
Absolutely. So we've been doing retention marketing at Roswell since before it was a buzzword, since probably 2017. Retention marketing is basically, the heart of it is understanding that returning users that come to your site should be converting at double the overall conversion rate. So if you have a standard 2.5% conversion rate on your site, your returning customers should be converting at least 5%. And the reason that is because they already have an experience with your site. They may have already bought from your site, so they're very valuable. You should have at least 25% of your users being returning users. That's a healthy amount. Anything higher than that, you're starting to have too much of dependency on returning users, and you're not funneling enough new traffic into becoming new users. So retention marketing, what does that mean? Well, it's what it sounds like. You're retaining users or customers to come back to your site. How do you do that? You create attractive offers for people to sign up for your email list, for your mobile list, getting them involved with your loyalty program. As I said, Amazon's the world's largest vending machine. If customers have loyalty points to spend on your site, they'll do so and they'll come back. And again, they're converting at double the overall conversion rate. So retention marketing is the art of the middle to lower funnel analysis to be able to understand what your customers want, send them targeted emails, get them in the loyalty programs, get them interested in seeing reviews and user-generated content on your site, which helps them to make that conscious desire to say, hey, I'm going to continue to shop here because it's relevant to me, and with timely messages, reaching out to them and bringing them back to your site, because it's a lot cheaper than paying Google and Facebook, to be honest, and they don't need any more money. So essentially, if you're able to bring customers back to the site with the retargeting mechanism, with the information they've given you, they're telling you to market them, you have a better chance of converting them. And that's why retention marketing is so critical and important.
Right. Amazing. So we covered a lot in a short amount of time, but to sum it up, I think, Nihar, you really gave us a lot of points to think about how important e-commerce is. It's like this living, breathing part of your business.
Absolutely.
And so to continue thinking of it like that it's going to be modified. You've got to continue to bring up those retention rates and bring down the bounce rates, right? Yes. Bring up conversion. So if there were just, one step that brands could take today to future-proof their e-commerce business, what would you recommend?
Sure. It's all of the above, but what's really critical is choosing a team for your e-commerce strategy that is a partner and not a vendor. At Roswell, our motto, we're in the business of building businesses. We don't consider ourselves a vendor, and we never will. In fact, when we've been in the room or in an engagement with a merchant, we call them merchants, not clients, because you guys are merchants, and you're selling, and we're in that journey together. And when merchants have started treating us like vendors, that's not what we're interested in. We're coming to the table with solutions, with ideas, with a roadmap, being proactive and strategic, and that's really what a brand needs to do, because brands understand your ICP, they understand their product, they understand where they're trying to go, their vision, but they may not understand e-commerce, and that's okay. Because there are partners like Roswell out there, and we're not the only one. There's several out there, and we're happy to admit that, because there's a flourishing environment of e-commerce agencies that truly are partners that are invested in your success, because your success means our success and everyone's success. So choose a partner, not a vendor, and somebody that understands the KPIs, understands e-commerce, because when you bring that together with your understanding of your brand, your product, and your ICP, you can't lose.
Right. And as entrepreneurs, many of you in this room are probably used to just having to do everything yourself. So I think that's another great opportunity to bring someone on who maybe has that expertise, that, it's okay to admit that maybe you don't have that, or maybe that's a weakness in your business. So yeah, that's a great point.
And nor should they. I mean, you can't know everything about everything. It's impossible.
Exactly. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, Nihar, for this amazing conversation.
Appreciate it, Jennifer.
It's wonderful.
Fashinnovation is a global platform that connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems.
When we got the news that we were going to be ringing the opening bell at NASDAQ, it was overwhelming and at the same time exciting.
It's a recognition for our work.
Please direct your attention toward the video wall for a brief introduction to some of the innovative companies who call NASDAQ home.
Since its founding, Fashinnovation has hosted over 650 of fashion's leading innovators to audiences representing 180 countries.
Fashinnovation is community. It's impossible to innovate alone. People are key.
It's just as easy as we say to dream small as it is to dream big, and so dream big.
entrepreneurs.
So as Jordana said, our discussion is fashion is timeless branding, or is it? So let's see. So we're going to start with Nicole. Okay, so timeless fashion implies design that always remains on trend. Do you agree?
Actually, I don't, because I think timeless fashion kind of transcends a trend. I think it's got to be something that's maybe a little bit of a classic, but sometimes it becomes a trend, and it comes, it goes, but it doesn't have any kind of consistency as a trend. It's like on a wave pattern. So, I don't think it has, timeless fashion is necessarily trendy at all.
So how much emphasis, do you put any emphasis on trends then when you're designing?
Well, I've always stayed away from trends. I mean, I always try to look the other way, and I always hated those design services that go around and they shop Europe and say, oh, well, this is the next big thing, the next big color. And I've always felt like if it's out there, you should do something different. So I've always tried to do the opposite or do something radically different. And, and I've had better luck doing something that doesn't follow any trend or that's just out of the blue, or I just got a random idea from somewhere. Yeah. And I always have this story about, I had these back in the 80s, and everybody was wearing these huge dresses. They were mid-calf and huge shoulder pads and voluminous and tons of fabric. And everybody in New York, you'd walk around the streets, they were all in these huge baggy dresses. They kind of look ridiculous when you look back on it. But one day I just got fed up with it and I cut them all off. And the sales went through the roof. And everybody else was sick of them too, but they just hadn't realized it yet. Yeah. So sometimes you just have to take a chance and do something different.
Yeah. Donata, so Ulla Johnson, who you're wearing, obviously, is synonymous with custom prints, intricate embroideries, and fine tailoring, earning the brand a loyal customer base. But how do you evolve and stay true to your core brand essence?
I mean, I think, speaking of a different time in fashion, where maybe there was a lot more dictation of the trends that you wear, everyone wearing that ridiculously big dress. I think that we're in this incredible moment where people are very confident in who they are, and they tend to find brands that speak to who they are. So sometimes it's not about being for everyone all the time, and I think it's important for brands to also really recognize that. So we evolve. I mean, we all are inspired by this, walking down the street or a piece of art. So naturally things evolve, but there are certain pillars about color. Ulla loves color. And it was really interesting for the spring runway seasons because we always have a lot of color. And retailers were walking in and they were so happy because everything was black, white, and gray in all the runways. And she wasn't, because she was exactly who she was, with this deep passion of really unique colors and color stories and color blends and patterns. Maybe it gets a little bit quieter or, during minimalistic times, volumes decrease a little bit. But the archetype of the human, right, the archetype of the person doesn't change. Like if you love color and flowers and femininities as a person, you're not necessarily all of a sudden going to like change your wardrobe to black because that's what you're supposed to do, because that's the trends. Where it wasn't like that, also back when I grew up in the industry. And that's the beauty of being able to have your own brands. You're not going to speak to everybody, but when you have your fans, like, they want you to be exactly who you are authentically.
Okay, Lucy, can you name 3 things that are key to creating an effective personal brand?
Yes, I mean, when it comes to personal branding, or actually corporate branding for that matter, it all starts with knowing your why. It's a journey of self-discovery and going inward, and you're going to have to ask yourself the really big questions. Why do I do what I do? What values do I have? What's my belief system? And then fundamentally, what is the value that I bring to those around me? And then after that, it's about crafting your narrative. How you share your journey matters. We talk a lot about authenticity, but you need to be genuine. People need to see the real you. And so when we talk about authenticity, what we're talking about is really getting to the cornerstone of connection. And then from there, it's about taking action, a strategy. Without action, a brand is just a concept. And it's the small things that you do every day that bring your brand to life. Remember that you don't need to have a grand plan. Don't wait for that. You'll never get started. Just start where you're at and let the narrative unfold. And remember that inaction is actually a decision. And without action, you're allowing someone else to maybe tell their version of your story. So ultimately, it comes down to building a genuine connection. People connect with your why way more than they do with your what. And the best brands, whether they're personal or corporate, are the ones where they run on the power of human connection, and they're not just seen, but they're truly felt.
Wow. Also the action, have you guys ever had an idea and then just like didn't do it and then somebody else did? That's literally the worst. All right, so Nicole, you've been in the industry since 1982. What do you think has contributed to your success?
Well, I think I've always been, versatile and open-minded, and I keep trying to explore things. And, and I'm also a very technical designer, so, I can do like every aspect of the design myself. But I've always been like very involved in it every step of the way. And, I always listen to my staff, so I try to stay up on like trends and things that are happening. I just feel like I've just been very, open-minded to change without trying to do anything too radical. And, things have been like very, very different because brands didn't used to be like such a big thing. And now like, branding, like back when I did the ties, we would just use everybody's logo and everybody was happy. Nobody would ever use their logo, without like a huge royalty at this point. And everybody's gotten very brand conscious. I think, brands are like more important than product this day. And people will buy like horrible product if it's the brand they like. So I think brand identity is like really, an important thing in developing your brand. But, it's really changed over the years. It wasn't that, logo crazy or anything before.
Yeah.
Can I ask Nicole a question?
Yeah, of course.
Are you still like excited and passionate and feel enthusiastic about the creative and creation part that you're able to?
I always
still
have
this
like a great
platform?
time. I mean, I'm always like so busy. It's unbelievable. Like I'm just so busy every day, and we still have like a lot of fun, and I have a great team. Yeah, no, everything is like still exciting for me.
Donata, do you think having a signature look or aesthetic contributes to timeless branding?
Yes, I do, and I'll use an example of a recent initiative that we started. in March of last year. I guess we're about to anniversary it. And it's called Pre-Loved, and it exists on ulajohnson.com. And it's a peer-to-peer resale platform. So similar to like what a Poshmark may do, but it's all on an Ulla Johnson platform. And we get to see what people are posting from their old Ulla Johnson pieces. Ulla's been in business going on 25 years, so we'll see these old Ulla Johnson pieces, and we'll see what they trade for. And they look really modern in regards to what Ulla's aesthetic is, and they're trading for really high values, and not the kind of trend value of a StockX sneaker, but much higher than like 10 times more than you would find on a Real or something like that. So I feel like the customer is still realizing that this product is timeless for them, because it still has those core design elements that have always attracted them to this aesthetic of dressing, which is a specific aesthetic of dressing that Ulla really works towards.
Yeah, it's definitely very identifiable. Yeah, for sure. Lucy, so if you are a creator of a brand, if you're a creator or a brand, what is the benefit of having an agency like Lions Management?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be really transparent that sometimes you don't need an agency like the Lions or the Lions. If you are a creator and you have a substantial following and you are happy managing those direct brand partnerships yourself, you don't need an agency. But the fashion industry is incredibly small, even though it feels big. It is incredibly complex and it is very close-knit. And what the Lions has, not only do we have our network, we also have a deep-rooted knowledge and expertise within the fashion industry. And the network that we've created that from years and years of really careful, considerate relationship building where we have mutual respect. And what that respect brings is I've lost my train of thought. What that respect brings is opportunity. We have a lot of trust that we've built with our clients, and we are able to open doors and create and do business. So the value of having an agency like the Lions is the ability for us to build long-term careers. So when a talent comes to us, we open our doors to our network. They bring their unique personality, their why, they bring that to the table, and together we collaborate and create something that goes far beyond just a simple post or a simple activation. And then for brands, the value is not just deliverables. We don't promise just deliverables. We offer value, something that resonates, something that really ties the brand to their audience and creates that emotional connection. And then finally, what we do is often for brands and creators, we guide them from maybe making a decision that is not bad for them, that is bad for them. And what we do there is we're a really great partner because we hold that mirror up and we show them the truth and what it's like instead of telling them what they think they want us to say. So if you're considering having an agency and you want to elevate your narrative or create brand legacy, I would say that the Lions is not just beneficial, but we're an essential co-pilot on that journey.
And you guys rep a lot of big.
We do, we do. We represent Candice Swanepoel, Kate Upton, Cindy Kimberly, Jasmine Tooks. We also have an artist division. We represent Jimmy Butler. He plays for the Miami Heat. Honey Dijon, transgender DJ, who is absolutely amazing. And we really look for that unique individuality. We are boutique by design. We only take on talent that we really feel a connection with. I call it dating, right? You never know how you feel. You have to get to know people. And in order for us to bring that really personalized service that we bring, we can't represent hundreds and hundreds of people because then we don't give them the value that they expect and the value that we need also in return.
Wow, thank you. Nicole, so what do you do to stay current, and do you consider what Gen Z wants?
Well, I kind of feel like I covered a little bit of that in the last question, but I do travel a lot, so I'm always going places, and a lot of times travel does influence my work. But I always try to stay current, with music and with my staff. And, it's kind of funny because, the older you get in kind of these ruts. I try to stay out of ruts, but, I'll say like, oh, that color never sells. I've been doing this for like forever, and that color is never sold. And everybody goes, oh, it's really a great color. You got to try it. And sure enough, they're right. But sometimes I'm right. So, experience does help, but sometimes, you have to get out of that rut, and you have to listen to them and take a chance and do something that you wouldn't have done before. So anyway, I try to listen to them, and I try to be, as I said, like, open-minded, and I try not to be like too radical, but I always try to change and move forward and try new things.
I'm trying to envision you and listening to music designing. What do you listen to?
Oh, well, for music, the best thing to work by is reggae. I like reggae music because it's not imposing. It sort of, it's back there. It sounds great, and it just doesn't get in your way. So I always play reggae music in the office.
I like it. It's a good vibe. Donata, how do you think social media has contributed to developing a strong, defined company narrative? And then, sorry.
Is there a part two?
There is a part two, but go ahead.
I'll start with part one. So I think Instagram has been a really incredible platform for Ulla Johnson. When Instagram came out, Lucy, you mentioned what a tight-knit community fashion is, and that's including, the people who choose to write about what they want to write about, magazines and publicists. And, there's definitely a time where if you're not a big advertiser or you weren't like the darling of the moment, that there wasn't really a lot of coverage on who you were. You could find some niche publications, but that really wasn't going to fully tell your story in frequency in a bigger way. And I think Ulla was kind of under the radar for a very long time because maybe she wasn't getting some of that coverage and was never necessarily a fashion industry media darling, actually, within her 25 years. But the second that she got Instagram, I wasn't with her at the time. I've been with the company for 6 years, and it was without intention. It was, the excitement of using it for yourself for discovery, but then starting to tell her own story or share her experiences about, traveling to Peru with her daughter as a baby and knitting with the knitters in the cooperative, or her parents were archaeologists, so she grew up going to very far-flung places and talking about some of those collections. She started to see the enthusiasm of so much more than just the clothing that she makes. And I don't think that she could have potentially been where she is today without Instagram being such an important platform. We're still just one Ulla Johnson platform. There's not Ulla Johnson Personal and Ulla Johnson Corporate. It's still all one. She gets a little bit support because it gets a little tiring at times, but even with the interjection of some support from a social media team or individual, I should say, in that company, the most engagement that we get is every time Ulla is personally posting. And it's not obvious. It's not like a selfie. It's just like her posts just get this fan base really motivated. We have so much choice of where we take in information today, and to choose to follow this person and to have it eventually be a big part of your algorithm because we all only see the same 20 things or so. It's exciting to see that there's still a real connection with what she cares about and her point of view, and what she cares about in interior design, which is also a big part of our physical spaces and our experiences, and it wouldn't have been the same without Instagram. We haven't conquered TikTok yet. We're not, videos and reels. She's a bit of a shy personality, so the idea of maybe being on camera or on film a little bit more feels less comfortable. So we won't do something until we're ready to, maybe.
I feel like it's because she's selling a lifestyle. I remember a friend, I don't remember, it was like maybe last Fashion Week, a couple seasons ago, a friend going to the show, and her comment after the show was, I just want to move to Brooklyn. Where Ulla Johnson had moved to Brooklyn.
When Tinks started her whole, Tinks does these like funny videos of like who you are, where you live, and I didn't really know who she was at the time. And when she did like, if you live in Brooklyn, like these are the things that you do or you own or you have, and it was like, and you wear Ulla Johnson. I was like, oh, that's a true thing. Brooklyn is as its own city, is in a top 4 demographic in the world for us on e-commerce. So we have a very big Brooklyn following.
That makes sense, yeah. So my other question was going to be other like platforms that you use, so just Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, we're on YouTube because we invest a lot in campaign videos, and we do advertising on connected TV, so you could see other visuals. But that place to really get like that true, authentic storytelling, it's really just Instagram and creating more. We're actually going a little bit old school, and blogs were dead, and I don't think we'll do a Substack, but we'll probably start some longer form storytelling because there is so much to talk about on a new format of a blog on ullajohnson.com. Yeah.
And do most of your clients, are they big with Instagram? And are a lot of your clients big on Instagram, I would imagine?
Yes, they are. We have some people that are native to Instagram and social media, such as Kimberly. That's someone that grew up being on there. And then we have other talent who are less inclined to want to be on social because they're from a slightly different era. And I think what it is, it's about, you don't want to overthink it. You don't want to try and do too much. You have to make it work for you. You have to meet it where it's at and where you're at. And be, again, going back to being your authentic self, there are ways to share who you are without being over the top and doing something that feels inauthentic, and that's the way that it then comes across. It's definitely an ongoing conversation and a learning curve to incorporate social media into a talent's world. And for me, that's why I surround myself with people who are younger than me. I have my team here. I'm in my 40s. Social media isn't something that is something that I grew up on, but that's why if you know what you don't know, you surround yourself with people that can help you and ultimately help the talent create content.
And so how important would you say is thinking outside of the box?
I think the question is really thoughtful. However, as our industry and all industry evolves, so does the idea of innovation. And to me, forward thinking is less about these moments of thinking outside the box, and it's more about finding a way to bring creativity, curiosity, innovation, diversity and inclusion, and ultimately progress into our everyday actions. And I don't mean that we should, get rid of our why and forget about the values and a brand's DNA just for the sake of being different, but it's about how do we make creativity part of the core strategy. And in this case, we have our foundational why, but we're also daring to ask why not. One of our talent, if you look at her, Valentina Sampaio, why couldn't she be the first transgender model for Victoria's Secret, or for Sports Illustrated Swim, or for Armani Beauty? If she is an incredible model, why can't she have those things? And so those groundbreaking milestones, they didn't come from sporadic out-of-the-box thinking. It came from a culture in our agency where creative and bold thinking is who we are and what we do. So when it comes to this idea of thinking outside of the box, it's more about removing the boundary. If you remove the boundary, then you can create innovation and opportunity and progress. And I think we've seen that all day today through all of the panelists and the conversations where people are pushing boundaries to create positive impact and to create without limits. So honestly, I think that the more provocative thought is what box?
Well, thank you so much. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. So as Jordana mentioned, my name is Rahul Malik. I'm the managing director at the Business of Fashion at BOF. We're a media company that prides ourselves in working to open, inform, and connect the global fashion, beauty, and luxury industries. And today, I'm really fortunate to be moderating a panel on a really fundamental topic. As Jordana said, the topic is fashion is the importance of digital. In fact, as I say that topic out loud, what occurs to me is how obvious that seems. Digital is how we as brands and retailers communicate and reach consumers, how we as consumers communicate with each other. It's such a ubiquitous part of how we do business and how we show up. And so I wanted to use this topic as a lens to understand the macroeconomic environment that we're currently in and to explore some of the innovations that I think are really exciting and around the corner. And I'm really lucky to have a panel of three really distinguished executives, entrepreneurs, who represent very different businesses, who do actually very different things. And so, Farah, you work at TikTok as the head of industry, covering fashion, luxury, e-commerce. Robert, you are, although you might not admit it, as experienced a merchant as it comes. You're the global chief.
Just makes me feel old.
Old, but wise. But you're the global chief merchandising officer at Marc Jacobs. And Kimberly, you're the founder and CEO of the Wires, Fashwire, Glosswire, and Paulwire. And so I want to start by trying to make sense of some of the headlines that are characterizing the present day, because it's hard to know if we need to feel bullish or bearish. On one hand, it feels like social media platforms continue to grow. Brands are spending more than ever on advertising. On the other hand, it feels like digital retailing is as competitive and difficult as ever. And if anyone's paid attention to the ups and downs of companies like Farfetch, it's hard to know why particular marketplaces are succeeding or not. And so, Kimberly, I thought I would start this discussion by asking you about Fashwire and asking you both to introduce it, what it is, and why you founded it, and why you think it's differentiated and succeeding in otherwise really competitive online marketplace business.
All right. Hi, I'm Kimberly Carney, founder and CEO of Fashwire. And I started Fashwire back in 2016 was the idea. We launched in 2018, but prior to that, I'd come from tech, and then I opened a retail store and had a successful store in Seattle, Washington for about 15 years. But I really saw during that time that shopping was adapting to tech, and there had to be a way for these smaller brands that could not survive just by going to the trade shows or trying to get into bigger retailers without having a platform where they could have a low-cost solution. So Fashwire is a two-sided marketplace, so B2B data hub to give data and intel back to brands to help them make better production decisions, leading to conversion and full-price sell-through. On the other side of it, we have this seamless interactive experience where the consumer can go in and they can swipe right if they love it, swipe left if they don't. We give the feedback back to the brand so they can, again, help make better production decisions. So back to the marketplace question.
Yeah.
We're different in the fact that we leverage technology and real-time data to connect the consumer and brand. Traditional marketplaces place product for e-commerce sales. Where we do differently is we have this interactive, seamless experience, like I just mentioned, and we actually give the data back to the brands, which the other bigger marketplaces do not. So I think that's what sets us apart and makes us a valuable solution for emerging and established brands.
And what data is that? What are you passing back? What intelligence about consumer behavior, consumer preferences are you feeding back?
Products they're swiping on, what they're not swiping on. We give them their own personal feedback, social feedback. We have a social platform where the brands can upload their photos and which consumers are going in and paying attention. And also we deliver the consumer directly to the brand for the purchase, and we give them the data of what we're seeing that the consumer is doing on our platform with their brand.
It's interesting to hear you describe it as a social experience. It's gamified almost in terms of how it encourages people to spend more time.
And it's fun. And it's fun. I think being able to give data back to the brands does actually help them thrive and survive in this challenging retail market.
Thinking of those kind of addictive, fun experiences, Farah, you speak to brands very regularly about TikTok and their
Every
presence
day.
there.
Every single day.
All day, every day. And I'm curious, if you think back to the conversations that you've been having over the past 6 weeks, 5 weeks of this year, of 2024, what are the dominant themes in terms of what brands are seeking to explore, establish when they participate and show up at a place like TikTok?
Yeah, I think we have three main themes that have popped up throughout the year. The first is branding, right? Everybody wants to have a really big brand moment. So they're either coming to TikTok for a rebrand, looking for a new audience, but really, really investing in brand, kind of a shift away from performance. And TikTok, I think, with the video aspect, it's really visual, it's high impact, is a great place for brand campaigns. The second big theme we're seeing is really omnichannel. It feels like everything's omnichannel this year in terms of brands really wanting to reach their customers everywhere, online, offline, and have a really holistic experience. And then I think the third trend is like an oldie but a goodie, but really creator-driven commerce. Stats are that creators are set to drive $4 billion in retail revenue this year. That might be a Business of Fashion stat. I'm not sure, but
it might be ours.
It's a very credible publication. We reference it a lot in our work.
Thank you.
But really like creator commerce, right? And I think like when you look at TikTok, it's such a creator first and creator driven platform. A lot of how we talk to our brands is, hey, how do you perfect the science of creator? How are you using creators in different ways to reach customers? How are you using creators to really solve your problems and sell your products? And that's a very constant conversation.
It's felt to us over the past, months that as performance marketing has, I feel like, entered this period of existential crisis, it's hard to know how effective it is, that brands are rediscovering this muscle of brand marketing. And how do you coach brands to maybe rediscover that muscle or be comfortable expressing themselves in ways that are really unexpected on TikTok?
Yeah, this is like a good question, right? Because I think so many brands I think about, the mall brands you all know have been really focused on a lot of platforms in terms of just selling things on sale or really product-focused merchandise. And like you can put that in front of a customer, but if they're not familiar with their brand, it kind of loses that aspirational appeal or that lifestyle appeal that I think especially Gen Z really looks for. And you can't just like start at the bottom, right? Like we're really pushing, this is very ad salesy, but really like full funnel, right? Like you've got to build brand, you've got to build awareness for your product across the entire ecosystem, whether you're doing it as a brand or as organic, or you're doing it with paid ads, or you're doing creator campaigns. Like you have to lay that foundation to familiarize people with your brand at like a fairly high frequency so that they're inspired, they love the vibe, and then they're eventually making that part of their overall discovery journey to eventually purchase.
Got it. When we were prepping for this panel, we're talking about digital as this customer-first space. It's where we show up, and sometimes we show up in really polished ways, and sometimes we show up in really messy, unvarnished ways as part of these dynamic conversations that can go and spiral in a million different directions. Robert, I'm curious, we've spoken about merchandising as this, this beautiful blend of art and science, and you've been building collections and architecting collections for a long time. How do you incorporate different customer signals that you see online into the decisions you make when you're building a collection, you and your team?
Yeah, I think recently we've been really focused on the data that we're receiving from the customer, straight from the customer's mouth on TikTok. One of the nice things about the journey of merchandising is that we used to just rely on our stores to give us feedback on what the customer was responding to. And now we can see it for ourselves, and we can see it in real time. So there are videos that our sales associates are posting of new product that's just released for spring, and it's getting anywhere from 200 to 300,000 likes. And that's in a matter of days. And then more importantly, we're seeing the comments on each of those videos, and we're able to understand what the customer likes about certain things, what they don't like about certain things, and more importantly, what they want. So, for example, there is a bag that we just launched that came out. We got, I think it was about 3,000 likes within the first day. And the consumers were saying, we really wish that we had this bag in pink. And then that comment was liked 5,000 times. And so for us, that's influencing our merchandising plans. We're going straight to design with that live feedback, and we're saying, not only do the customers love this bag, but they want it in pink. Can we chase this for fall? That's something that we've never done before. We've never had real-time data from the consumer on new arrivals. And what's really beautiful about that feedback is that it's super authentic. And it's something that you were saying about this user-generated content. It's the sales associates showing new arrivals to the customer. It's a captive audience who definitely is responding to the brand as a whole and wants to know what is happening and what new products are coming down the pipeline. But we're also able to really read and react to what the consumer is saying. I mean, I think it would take anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks to get initial feedback about products before TikTok, and now we're getting it within 3 to 6 days.
How do you decide what's signal, what's noise when you're looking at these kind of consumer reactions saying, I want this? Sometimes it feels like it's very easy to be like, oh, I'd love this variation, but ultimately you're also accountable for sell-through and making sure that these products work. How do you make that judgment?
Well, we're not saying anything to design until we have data validation. So typically, we could have a hypothesis that this crystal canvas bag that just came out, that was only available in 3 colors, that the customer is saying they want in pink. We need to understand 2 things. One, we need to know that the petal pink that we're offering online currently in a variety of different shapes, with the exception of this one, is working. 2, we also need to know that this bag is working, and that is really just data validation based on sales. So we're able to make a hypothesis that if a customer is asking for this bag in pink, and pink is working, and this bag is working, then there must be opportunity to bring these 2 things together. And it's not always as simple as that. I'm trying to make the example very easy to understand how we're leveraging data. Sometimes it's a bit more complicated. Sometimes we're trying to piece things together, but data validation is easy because we can see it through sales. And we'll look within the first 2 weeks of selling. Is what the customer asking for something that is working? Yes. Let's figure out how to give them more of what they want.
Ultimately, fashion is a physical business. This is about product. And Farah, you alluded to the fact that a lot of what happens on TikTok also drives a lot of offline behavior. Not to overuse the word omnichannel, but ultimately that's the world that we're in. And so I'm curious if you could talk about examples in which what people are doing online and what they're reacting to is affecting then the stores that they're going to visit and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think like omnichannel might be one of the top word cloud words for 2024.
It's big, it's in the middle, it's in 30-point font.
It's in the middle, right? And I think we think about, I think there are 2 parts of it, right? I think retailers are looking to dimensionalize their online experience with offline retail, or they're looking to dimensionalize their offline brick and mortar store with online, right? So they're looking to have this like really interesting, novel customer journey, online to IRL, back and forth. And I think like TikTok is an amazing catalyst for that. I think you can see, I mean, my favorite trend is always like the baked feta pasta trend from the pandemic, right? Like you can't buy feta on TikTok yet. But if you went to the grocery store during this trend during the pandemic, all the feta was gone. You're like, I can't
We all made it. I know we all did.
Can't even get this, right? So it's like, okay, there are all of these examples where you're seeing offline store lift. So people like go to TikTok and they find real joy and they find inspiration, they discover new things. And we have a whole suite of ad products that helps them buy those things right then and there, a video shopping ad where they can click, buy that product, convert. Or sometimes they're thinking, I want to go to the real life store and I want to have that retail experience. I want to see all 3 colors of the bag. I want to see how shiny the crystals are. I want to put it on my shoulder and see if it like is the right fit with my look and feel. They want to have the luxury experience of walking down the street in Soho with the fancy bag and the tissue paper, right? So I think like it's definitely a part of the journey to start on TikTok and discover something and then wanting to go buy it in real life. And we even saw that when we were putting video shopping ads for a lot of brands out into market, they were seeing in-store sales lift. So we started using a lot of tools like InMarket and Foursquare to really dimensionalize, hey, just because you're putting this ad up and someone's not converting right in this moment doesn't mean they're not eventually buying it. It's like definitely a key to their overall journey.
I feel like another aspect of this journey, Robert, that we were speaking about was You were telling me about store associates at Marc Jacobs who are posting their own TikTok reels or Instagram stories in which they're talking about the brand, in which they're showcasing products, and how that's been a real catalyst for engagement. So I'd be curious, talk to me about that, because it feels like it's this decentralized marketing that is at once really powerful, but also for a brand that's really controlled about its messaging and its storytelling, something that maybe could be a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately in our hiring process for the stores, we're looking at bringing in people who are brand ambassadors, who can live and breathe the brand. And so for us, we're less uncomfortable about having these people speak about our brand and our products because they're already brand ambassadors for the consumer. And actually, I think what's really beautiful about the content that they're making is we're not asking them to do it. They're doing it on their own. They're being really creative about it. They're choosing the products that they love. We haven't formalized anything. We haven't said, this is the product that you need to push this week, or this is slow, push this. It's really authentic on our end, and that's important because that shines through. The Gen Z consumer especially is very intelligent. They can sense when something is fabricated or forced. And so for us, it is authentic content that feels in alignment with our brand values, which is an authentic perspective of fashion. You know, that's Marc. That's who he has always been. He is who he is, and you accept him or you don't, and he's comfortable with that. And so to have our sales associates kind of have that attitude and leverage them to be our brand ambassadors in a public forum is really working out to our advantage. And yes, you can definitely have instances where it may not be the content that you would want, but at least it's authentic.
And sometimes I guess it's the content that you didn't necessarily plan that captures this moment, captures this spark.
And there's good and bad things to that. For example, we have a bag that was not necessarily the biggest investment, and we just had a viral video recently, and so we don't have the inventory to support it. And there's instances like that where these authentic approaches to promoting bags can have financial implications to the brand, because if you're not in alignment with what is necessarily being pushed, or I would say connecting with the consumer, then you're in chase mode. But I think that any opportunity today is an opportunity, even if it's one that you didn't think was there. And in order to get realistic feedback that quickly and be able to react, and also have a supply chain that can react quickly. I mean, we're getting information, like I mentioned, within 3 to 6 days of something launching. It used to take weeks or even months, maybe a full season, once things shipped at a wholesale level, because we know that doesn't happen very quickly. And so it could be months before we're able to chase things with a lot of the closures in the factories today because of the holidays. I mean, we were able to react to certain trends and make chases within the first week that are going to be in production the second that things ramp up after the holiday. So we can react quickly too, which allows us to be agile with our supply chain.
Got it. You were telling me that maybe a theme that characterizes what you do is helping brands find success through creativity. And I'm curious, it feels like it's hard to know sometimes what will take off on TikTok. That's, I feel like, this magical animating question that we're also curious about. And so when brands come and are curious about how the algorithm works, or why a particular thing resonates, how do you have that conversation with them?
I think the most common question we get asked at TikTok, probably like if you're on sales, if you work on the creator team, if you work on the content team, is how do I make my TikTok go viral? And we're like, if we knew this, if we could capture like the lightning in the bottle, like we would be selling it.
Yeah,
right?
We'd all be doing something else.
Right, and I think like the thing that's interesting about TikTok versus other social platforms is that it's not really a social platform. The popularity of a piece of content isn't determined by how many followers you have, it's a content graph. So if, I love to watch Private Chef Talk, so I get all of the Private Chef Talk videos. I'm really big on Mob Wives right now, so I'm getting all of the Mob Wives like looks and styles. So like what you look at, like you get more of, right? So I think when we talk about this with brands, we're like, you have to find your voice, your authentic voice, and what niche you're going to relate most to, and like find those people in that community that content resonates with, and like that is where you should be creative and where you should like really, really dig in. And a lot of it is like testing and learning and experimenting, because not every content is going to be a piece of content that goes viral. But I think you have to keep trying, putting yourself out there and finding what creativity looks like for your brand. And I think it looks like really different when you look at the scope of brands that we work with in portfolio. Like we have some brands that are like, you know, like a Crocs who says, yeah, let's go into UGC, I'm really into that. And then a lot of the traditional luxury brands are like, we have the best creative teams in the entire world, we've created these beautiful assets, that's what's also gonna go on TikTok, right? So there are all of these different shapes and forms that creativity takes. And I think you have to find the one that's right and authentic to your brand, as like Robert pointed out too, like people can smell something that's inauthentic a mile away, especially Gen Z. So I think it's really an exercise in like figuring out what resonates most for the brand, but really experimenting.
Got it. I want to talk about innovation. It feels really fair to say that artificial intelligence, generative AI in particular, has been a true theme. We're at perhaps a real inflection point in the underlying technological development. And Kimberly, I'm curious, we've talked a bit about the ways in which you're using artificial intelligence and thinking about it to incorporate it and what makes Fashwire and the other equivalent wire marketplaces different. So talk to us about how you're thinking about that innovation, where you're investing, what bets you're making.
What bets we're making. We use AI right now for similar products, similar product recommendations, similar items, and we are currently building right now a AI personal style tool. We're working with AWS on it, and we are building out where the consumer will be able to try on before they buy it through our websites, and then we'll gradually move that over to the apps, and then we will move over to the different apps. We always start with Fashwire when we do new features to our AI, but right now, when a consumer goes in, they get different products each time they go in that's recommended for them, and it's really proven to not only enhance our daily actives, but drive sales.
Got it. What about Robert? Are there use cases related to artificial intelligence that you're optimistic about, that you're telling your team, or you feel skeptical?
No, my team is here and they're laughing. No, we're very far from AI. I mean, it's harder with a designer brand. You know, we have an asset right now that is very integral to our success, which is human intelligence. So we're leveraging that at the moment. I think AI is very helpful in replenishment models. I think that there's a lot of opportunity with forecasting, which is something that if you're trying to have a carryover-driven business, which I think we all are trying to have a carryover-driven business because
Can you just explain what that means? So what is a carryover-driven business?
It's a great point. Know your audience. I think for the most part, in luxury models, you want to have product that is consistent on replenishment, that is a classic pillar, we call pillar product, that the consumer knows you for. And I think an ideal target for a lot of brands, if you're looking at the brands that are doing well in this current climate, is anywhere from like 70-30 to 80-20, with the majority of their products on offer being carryover and replenishment. And it depends on what type of business we're talking about. When you're looking at leather goods businesses, or they're more replenishment driven versus a ready-to-wear business, which is more fashion driven. So it's all relative, and this is just like very generalized numbers. And so really for us, the target is to have the largest amount of carryover possible, because that's a stable assortment. That means you have focus. That means you're connecting with the consumer on the products that you're offering. If you look at brands that are working today, Jacquemus, Hermes, these are Miu Miu, these are brands that have a lot of products on replenishment that are consistently offered in their assortment. So that's where I think AI can be very, very helpful in anticipating demand and pulling in a lot of different factors about what's happening in the macroeconomic environment and how to adjust the demand and supply of your products. But other than that, for us, we're not really looking at exploring that option, just because we're more creatively driven at the moment.
At BOF, we talk about it as the difference between diagnostic AI and predictive AI and then generative AI. And I feel like when it comes to diagnostic AI or predictive AI making inventory decisions, replenishment decisions. We can get our heads around how that's an integral part of the business. But when it comes to generative AI, I feel like we either have this really positive reaction, or in fashion, we have this really uncomfortable reaction at the concept of content that is so creative and so core to what we do being created by the AI. And I'm curious at TikTok how you think about that potential.
Yeah, I mean, I personally love ChatGPT because like sometimes when you're like you can't get started on something, like sometimes you're like, I have to write this email or performance review, and you're like, I'll just put it in ChatGPT, and it gets you started, right? Like it's a good base. And we've developed a product that's pretty similar. It's a TikTok creative assistant, which is available. Kimberly told me her team uses it, and it's like a great way for like a brand who just wants to advertise or a creator just to get started on what kind of content they should create. They can go in and figure out things about trends. They can generate an entire script for a TikTok video. And I think that's a really, really powerful tool, right? If someone's like, I want to be on TikTok, but I don't know where to start, or I want to do a video about a new trend, but I don't know what my talking point should be, or I've never written a script before and I have to do something scripted because maybe I'm a creator and I need to do a piece of branded content and I want like a few different ideas on how to really nail this. So I think like that's something really exciting to kind of lower the barrier to entry for the creative for brands and for creators on the platform. And then we're innovating around a lot of things for really just optimization around the creative for ads, using AI to make things a bit easier and a bit faster. I'm sure you can feel when you're on TikTok that it has a very, very fast timeline, a lot of turnover, like a lot of creative fatigue. So developing a lot of tools to make that creative lift lighter for brands.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes the creative spark is looking at something and being like, okay, it's not that. But at least seeing that it's not that helps them figure out where and what I want to do.
Right, I'm like, give them something to reject. Like, you know, you've sent out a lot of proposals in your career. I've sent a lot of proposals, and you're like, sometimes you just, the brief is vague or something, you're just like, it just needs something, and then that can be really the point to start a conversation. And I think like AI really helps get you there in a lot of these like chatbot or generative formats.
Thank you. We have just a minute left, and so I wanted to ask about digital fashion, virtual worlds. It felt like a few years ago in the pandemic, we were questioning whether we'd be buying digital clothing to wear in digital environments, and that conversation died down. But this past week or two, it feels like in some ways that conversation has reemerged as Apple has launched the Vision Pro. And so I'm curious, do any of you think about this in the context of your respective businesses as a future where you can envision you or your user base spending a lot of time and seeing it as something that you want to incorporate?
I don't. I think
I love it. Tell us.
I think it's going to still take years to perfect the adoption to real-time virtual try-on. I mean, it's just the VR. Meta tried it. You know, now Apple's going. I just don't for us for fashion. I think enhancing our current AI tools and our immersive experience is far better for the consumer than trying to dive into something that I don't personally think is perfected yet, or will be for a long time. Thoughts?
No, I agree completely. Like, I mean, it's so well articulated.
Yeah.
It's exactly how I feel. I think, fashion, I think it's not as innovative as we think that it is. I feel like it is going to take time for us to accept something like that, and we will be probably one of the last industries. Now this is recorded and it's going to be like quoted. It's like when Prada said in early 2000, like, we're not going to be on the internet because it's not luxury. No, but I think it's going to. It's like in the world of metaverse and blockchain for me. It's like all in that little cubby hole. Like, that's where this is. Those three things, they're buzzy things. As Apple, you have to be there first. One of your brand values is innovation. You need to capitalize on something to ensure that you secure that reputation. Security and innovation are something that they are using as one of their brand codes, one of their brand values. If they're not one of the first to get here, then they can't take that position in the marketplace. So I totally get it for that brand. It makes a lot of sense. But how it's going to be integrated into fashion, I agree. It's clunky. I think it's going to take a lot of time for us to figure out how to have a user experience that's in alignment with where the customer is today. Now, youth grows up fast, and we can see through TikTok and other emerging technologies that have radically changed what we do on a day-to-day basis that it could happen quickly. But I just am in alignment with you. I think we're still many years behind.
And I think when you're seeing it on TikTok, it's fun to watch. But to do it is a whole nother, and a lot of the creativity on TikTok, which is great. And just as we were talking earlier, TikTok drives downloads as well, which is interesting from a different brand perspective. And I was telling you that earlier of where, you're on Instagram and the brands are getting more of the focus, but on TikTok, it's all about the consumer. And we went through that yesterday. We talked about that yesterday, but I think that with virtual reality, these different experiences, I think it's just going to take time that we don't have.
It's technology driven, and I don't think we're in, this is all personal opinion, and I'm not knowledgeable on the topic, but I don't think we're in a technology-driven moment right now. I think we're in a consumer-driven moment. And certainly if the consumer decides tomorrow that that's how they want to try on clothes, then everything I'm saying is completely ridiculous. But I think right now where we are, it's not where you can push out technology anymore and people are going to adopt it. I think that time has passed. I think we're in a consumer-driven moment, and if the customer decides that this is how they're going to shop, it's going to happen. But I just don't have any indication right now that that's what the consumer is choosing.
I love that.
Right or wrong, it's just...
I think those takes are really important. And I think that framing of being in a consumer-driven moment is a great place to end. So thank you to all of you for joining us on this panel.
Thank you. Well, this is the end of our day together. Again, I'm going to say this till I'm blue in the face, but I can't thank you all enough for being here, for being a part of what we're building with this community, having these conversations. I'm just super grateful. Marcelo?
Thank you so much, guys. Really was a full day of talks, inspirational talks, networking, conversation. I hope you guys enjoy. And already save the day to have our next Worldwide Talks in New York in September. And we have our Miami Swim Week talks also around June, July. So stay tuned for the next summit that you have in the United States.
Yeah, and also I just want to say to everyone, tomorrow we're kicking off our first time collaboration with Diane von Furstenberg. It's going to be at her meatpacking location. We're going to start doing monthly series of panels where we're going to bring women leaders, #InCharge, to speak around fashion, different topics every month. Tomorrow will be the kickoff at 6:30 p.m. You're all welcome to attend. We'd love to have you. But thank you all again so much, and let's please continue to connect, continue to engage, continue to collaborate. I promise you, I've seen magic happen in these rooms when people get together. And again, I think the future of fashion is collaboration and community. So thank you all so much from the bottom of our hearts. Everyone have an amazing
Thank you, guys.
Fashinnovation is a global platform that connects voices from the fashion and innovation ecosystems.
When we got the news that we were going to be ringing the opening bell at NASDAQ, it was overwhelming and at the same time exciting.
This is a recognition for our work.
Please direct your attention toward the video wall for a brief introduction to some of the innovative companies who call NASDAQ home.
Since its founding, Fashinnovation has hosted over 650 of fashion's leading innovators to audiences representing 180 countries.
Fashinnovation is community. It's impossible to innovate alone. People are key.
It's just as easy as we say to dream small as it is to dream big, and so dream big.
Fashinnovation, a platform connecting fashion and entrepreneurs.